Good evening. We'll call this meeting of the City Council of the City of Coeur d'Alene to order on February 7th, 2023.
Thanks, Jeff.
The clerk will note that all council are present, and we'll begin this meeting with an invocation by Pastor Paul Van Oy. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Shall we pray? Father, we come before you tonight with hearts that are open to your leadership. This is our request. It is my request that we each have hearts tender before you, open and receptive to you and to your leadership. We have concerns for our community. Obviously tonight, a very important meeting for many. We consider the needs of those that reside here, those who have homes here. We also consider the needs of those who would like to have homes here. And with all of this in mind, there are tensions. And therefore, we look to you for wisdom. You told us in your word that if we would look to you for wisdom, that you would provide it. And so, Lord, that is our prayer. That is our hope. Today I pray for our mayor and I pray for our council members that you would give them wisdom. I pray for investors, individuals that have a desire to see a project move forward. And I also pray for those who would be affected by any decision made, homeowners, residents. And Lord, more important than the ability to reside in a community is the ability to reside with you. And we recognize that you welcome us and you love us and you provide for us through the death of your Son. And so, Lord, we first look to you and we ask that you would open our eyes to your truth. And then as we respond to the gospel and respond to your leadership, that you would open eyes as we make decisions, as we consider the needs of people, individuals, our community. And Lord, ask that you would lead and guide and direct for your purposes and your glory. Your wisdom required, Lord. We recognize that. And we ask for it today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilor Evans to lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to announcements. Announcements from council. Woody?
I got a quick one. We are on TDS Cablevision right now, finally live. We go into Spokane and the Spokane Valley, so you can watch us at home on Channel 5 TDS.
Channel 5 now.
Uptown, okay.
Yes, Dan.
No, I just said uptown. That's good.
Yes, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you guys forced me to go to Boise last week, and I thought
Actually,
I
it was me that did that.
Thank you. And I thought I would report what I heard down there. So the governor spoke first to the group of cities, and he was talking about, he said that other governors have asked him, what the hell is going on in Idaho? Why are so many people moving here? And the governor said, yeah, they shouldn't come here. Then he was joking. But he did mention that the state does have a AAA credit rating, which is as good as you can get. He's working on increasing teachers' pay, especially in North Idaho, and increasing funding for literacy. He wants to work on property tax relief. You just may have heard that his bill to do the $8,500 scholarship barely passed the House recently. He said he wants to work on workforce housing, transportation, especially safety issues, and about the recession that's coming up that everyone keeps talking about. He seems to think that Idaho is in a pretty good position for that. Then we had, which means it's not going to affect us that much, he hopes. Then we had Senator Pro Tem Chuck Winder speak, and he talked about his priority, which he says is property tax relief. He also said he wants to deal with education, where he wants the money to follow the student. He is a supporter of school choice, but he said with school choice should come accountability. He's dealing with transportation issues, specifically bridges, wants to boost our technical education, and spoke about some stuff that's going on there with JFAC. They want to redo that. We heard from the Speaker of the House, Mr. Moyle. He talked about education funding and Medicare expansion, the process for appointing judges, which doesn't affect us, but he did mention it. And he also wants to talk about redoing the way the committee chairs process laws. He's going to work on that. But for us, it's water issues and property tax relief. Then we had Doug Ricks, who's the chair of the Local Government and Tax in the Senate. He talked again about $120 million in property tax relief and having growth pay for itself, which I reminded him that we're capped at 90% of our budget and that would be kind of good if we got 100% of our growth back. Talked about bringing up the grocery sales tax. And finally, we heard from Jason Monks, the House. Oh no, we heard from Scott Grow too, and he talked about property tax relief, and so did Mr. Monks. It's on all their agenda. I believe there's 3 bills currently in the legislature regarding property tax relief. Each of them has a different approach, so we'll see what a mess they make of that. I also wanted to. I went into the opening of our composting facility, which is up by Fred Meyer somewhere. And it was really cool. It was a great visit. Woody was there. You were there, Mr. Mayor. They have a thing where, it smells like compost, and now they have the thing where they add this, like, vanilla scent. So now it smells like vanilla in compost. It's wonderful. And I also wanted to remind, there was a few issues that we keep bringing up here on council that we would like addressed. I know that Hillary and her staff has been really busy with this, as well as STRs and the impact fees, but we also wanted to discuss the parking and height limitation downtown. We were also wanted to talk about having our budget, doing a little, what do you call it? We're not redoing the budget,
We're just doing amendment?
amendment. We want to do a budget amendment to account for the changes in pay for our public first responders, as well as some other things. And was there something else? I know you wanted to bring something up. I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. The amendment was it.
The amendment, okay, so that was something that we would like to see brought forward, and those are the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for going to Boise. I appreciate that.
I hate it every minute, thank you.
It shows, okay.
Okay, anything else? Saying nothing, I have some appointments I would appreciate support. Lindsay Shile Steele and Abby Light to Arts, and Gina Davis to Urban Forestry Committee, please.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, are these reappointments?
They are.
Okay, I'm going to withhold approval since I think we should shake up our committees a little bit. It has nothing to do with these people or their qualifications, it's just, I think we should see a
Thank
few
you.
more names on there.
Thank you for bringing that up. They were advertised in all the media that we typically use to advertise. We did not get any other takers. That's why these, well, and one of the, at least Abby has only served a few months anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed with nay.
Hey,
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval of the consent calendar as presented, including Resolution 23009.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, will the clerk take the roll, please?
McEvers.
Yes.
Gookin.
Yep.
English.
Yes,
Wood.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Okay, next is public comments. Do we have anyone signed up for public comments? Okay, thank you. So then we'll move on to Resolution 23010, approval and acceptance of the wastewater collection system master plan. Mr. Becker?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Let's see if we can get this going here. Wow, I must say that really surprised at the turnout. Everyone's here to hear about the sewer master plan. Thanks. Actually, the wastewater department would like to thank the mayor and the council members for the opportunity to hear our request to receive approval and of the sewer master plan and the wastewater department's implementation plan for it. So what is the sewer master plan? We're going to go over each page tonight, so I hope folks haven't, no, sorry. This is your sewer master plan. It is basically a tool that the wastewater department uses to manage the sewer collection system. What is the sewer collection system? For those of you that don't know what it is actually all of the network of pipes and pump stations that it takes for sewer to leave people's houses and businesses and arrive at the wastewater treatment plant. These were some of the goals that we have established for our sewer master plan. One of the most important ones is the capacity of our sewer mains. We would like to be able to focus on our problem areas or bottleneck areas, and the sewer master plan helps us achieve that. So you heard me mention our sewer collection system. This is what it is today. We have nearly 230 miles of sewer pipes, 10 pump stations, just shy of 19,000 actual sewer connections, and we based everything off of the comprehensive plan, the latest edition. All of this arrives at a treatment plant, roughly about 3 to 4 million gallons a day to our treatment plant. Our treatment plant is designed for 6 million gallons a day. This is the collection system outside of the treatment plant as it stands today. What we're looking at here is an example of some of the capacity issues that were identified in the sewer master plan. This is for the lots that are presently connected up to the sewer system. You'll hear the term ERUs tonight, and what an ERU is, an equivalent residential unit. It's basically our way of calculating out the flow for a commercial business as it relates to a single-family house. As an example, a car wash will discharge the amount of sewer equivalent to 10 single-family houses. That's arbitrarily speaking. I really don't know how much a car wash discharges. So, but this sewer system, as it stands today, can accept 4.4, nearly 4.5 million gallons a day. The master plan said, okay, what are our capacity issues? Our capacity issues are, you're going to hear another term, D over D. That relates to the depth of the sewer in the pipe as it relates to the diameter of the pipe. We never want our pipes to flow full, so there's always an air gap in the pipes. This prevents the pipes from being damaged by pressurized flow. The collection system has identified 17 capacity issues as it stands today. We are currently working on 2 of those. This figure, which was also taken out of the sewer master plan, is what we call the committed model, and it is for all the properties that are connected up plus all the vacant lots. And so these are the properties that we're committed to serve. And as you can see, our flow increases and so does our ERU, but we're in great shape. Only one more sewer capacity issue exists in 230 miles of pipes. Then we looked at it from the ultimate standpoint, and this is where we look at things from the committed model as well as all the areas that are within the city's area of city impact. We refer to this as ACI. As you can see, we have nearly 51,000 ERUs, equivalent residential units, that discharges somewhere in the neighborhood of 7.66 million gallons a day. Obviously, we're going to have to upgrade our pump stations, and we also have 64 more, or not more, but 64 total pipes that are going to present capacity issues. And this map shows the best example because what you're looking at is you want to focus on anything that's red or orange. And you can see that's where the pipe is either nearly full or greater than full. And so these are the areas that our sewer master plan and helps the department focus in on any kind of projects or fixes for the sewer system. Then, once we have all that information, we throw it together and we develop a capital improvement plan. And you can see I've outlined, this map is also from our sewer master plan. And in red, we only have 2 projects that really fall in our capital improvement plan. One of them bids next month. And this is within, we're targeting for addressing these capital improvement projects from 0 to 5 years. From 5 to 10 years, we have 2 projects as well. They're highlighted in orange here. But E9 has been crossed out. We worked with a developer who did not want to wait and he ended up putting in all the infrastructure to his development, and which the city was able to capitalize on. This is part of our to and through sewer policy. In purple, all these purple boxes that you see on this slide, Mr. Mayor and council members, are other projects that are either growth related, in other words, growth is going to dictate when the city needs to do something, or a rehab and replacement project. And as you can see, in the next 20 years, 10 to 20 years, we have about $7 million worth of other rehabilitation projects that we have to deal with. So, based on all this information, and shy of going through 669 pages of your sewer master plan, the department asks that, council consider our request to approve our department's implementation of this sewer master plan. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions from the council? Woody?
I will just ask one. When development comes along, does the city pay for it, or does the developer do all the plumbing?
In some cases, the developer fronts the capital, similar to the project E9. It was outlined in the master plan. But yes, they didn't want to wait, and so yes, the developer sometimes chooses to do this. A lot of times, we ask the developer to do these projects because his development impacts our existing sewer system.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, I think that that question could be a bit misleading. In terms of development of a project, the developer puts in all the infrastructure for the project, everything that you require, isn't that correct?
Yes. So when the development is outside the city, they have to extend a sewer to their development and through their development. That was the policy that I mentioned earlier. So yes, the developer fronts all the infrastructure, sewer infrastructure and other infrastructure within the development to serve the development.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. Mike, I think you had mentioned in your presentation, or maybe it was in writing, that the city is required to update their sewer master plan every 10 years by law. Is that correct, or is that practice?
It's by practice. We have done it historically every 10 years, give or take. And we do that because as growth develops in various parts of the city, it has a different impact on the sewer system. We like to know, what that impact is. And so that's why this model, the sewer master plan, helps the department, again, know what's going on out there.
Well, I would say that the fact that you and your predecessor have always kept up on a 10-year plan is commendable. Many of our departments do that, and now's another time for me to make a pitch for strategic planning. I would like the council in the future to come back and consider 10-year strategic plans for all of our departments. I would like to see a facilities master plan for the city, a financial strategic plan for at least 3 to 5 years, a capital improvement plan, and then an overall master plan that feeds into all the strategic plans. And I think we could use your plan as a great example.
All 669 pages?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Seeing no further questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval of Resolution 23010.
Second.
You have a motion to second. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, no, let's have the clerk take the roll, please.
Gookin.
Yeah.
English.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Miller. Aye. McEvers.
Yes.
Motion carries. Next, we have a resolution for acceptance of donated artwork.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I come to you tonight on behalf of the Arts Commission with an exciting piece of art. It's going to be called the U.S. Army Soldier, and it'll be donated by the Budford Estate. This is a picture of it. It's being commissioned by the artist Terry Lee and also the artist Metcalf. She's helping on it, and here it is. This picture was taken last week, and it is just about ready to go to Foundry. That's why we're bringing this forward today. Sorry, I know it's not a good time to put this on the agenda, but we needed to bring it forward because if the city does accept this donation, that would be great. If we don't, then Terry Lee needs to find a new spot for it, and it is going to Foundry next week. So, back in April of 2022, Terry Lee had come to the Art Commission meeting and had proposed that the Art Commission accepted this donation from the Budford Estate, and he just had a little tiny image of it, and we've gotten to this 6-foot 4-inch model. It is a replica of exactly what Bud Ford's uniform looked like when he did serve in the Army himself. Bud Ford unfortunately has passed away and will not be able to see his artwork finished. He did, though, before he passed away, Terry Lee was able to get some pictures of him, not in his uniform because his stature had changed just a little bit, but, Bud did leave his little army belt that had leather, and it was kind of falling apart, but we do have some of those historic pieces, which are a lot of fun to see because Terry Lee has made sure that this art piece is almost an exact replica. So, discussions on where to put this. I know if you guys read the paper yesterday, there was some discussion. Terry Lee has been commissioned by all the donators of our historic walk, and there's just some discussion on maybe sticking this soldier there also. However, Terry Lee's next project that he's being commissioned on is a Navy nurse. And in discussion with our Parks Director, Mr. Greenwood, he has thought that he might find a better location other than the historic walk, like the Veterans Memorial in McEwen. So we're still in discussion on an exact spot, but if you guys do accept this donation, it's going to be somewhere in McEwen Park.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions? Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Stephanie, I assume that's not going to be a real M2 that the guy's holding?
I'm sorry.
The
say that-
rifle.
The rifle?
Yeah, it's not going to be a real rifle, right?
That one is right. Yeah, that
Right,
is just
right.
a replica.
Just checking.
Yeah.
I'd snag it.
It is a lot of fun though, right? And so Bud Ford's family, which is Charles and Ginger, Charles is Bud's son, has actually already provided us the $60,000 as his donation for this art piece.
Cool.
Dan?
Just to say, I think it's a wonderful gift, and we should do this. And even though we're not voting on location, I would lobby for the Veterans Plaza. I think that's a wonderful idea.
Motion? We can make a motion?
And with that,
Further questions? Seeing none?
well,
Entertain
I
a
will
motion.
make a motion to, let's see. Right motion.
start after other business. You want me to go?
Somebody have that?
I'll go ahead and
I'm
make a
on my
motion.
paper.
I'll help you out. I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 23-011, acceptance of donated artwork from Charles and Ginger Ford entitled U.S. Army Soldier by artist Terry Lee into the city's public art collection.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk take the roll, please?
English,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller. Aye. McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that takes care of tonight's meeting. We'll,
Careful.
I hear a small rumble.
Good try, good try. I'm learning, Mayor.
Oh, there we go.
Well, now we get to the fun part of the meeting, the Coeur annexation request. The first thing that will happen is that the staff will provide a presentation to the council, provide opportunity for the council to ask questions. The proponent will then provide a presentation for the development, and then after that, we will open it up for public comment. I'll talk more about that after we open the public hearing. Go ahead, Sean.
All right, thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm back up here. We heard a little bit over the microphone about the public hearing etiquette. I just wanted to bring it up. Everybody that wants to speak will have 3 minutes. Please speak directly into the microphone for the record and address council and not the people behind you. Be respectful, no booing or applauding. Try and avoid repetition as much as possible, and anything that is used as exhibits becomes property of the city for the hearing record. So, thank you. As the mayor had alluded to, the general progression of a hearing item, so staff report first, then we'll have opportunity for staff questions, KMPO presentation on transportation. The applicant will present. We'll have public testimony, the applicant rebuttal, the city council discussion, and then a motion decision. So at any point, council can interrupt for clarification and ask for additional information. So thank you. So with that, we'll begin the staff presentation. The applicant, Kootenai County Land Company, they are here tonight. The consultant is Connie Kruger. The request, keep up here. So the applicant is requesting annexation of approximately 440 acres in conjunction with zoning, specifically R8, R17, C17L, and C17. The property is currently in the county and zoned ag suburban. So I need to make a quick note that 2 motions would be required for approval, one for the actual annexation and zoning, and then one for the development agreement by resolution. So this is a vicinity map. This is the subject property. You can see that I've highlighted it in this white dashed line. The city's ACI is in yellow. Mike, previous to me, when he was talking about wastewater, talked about the area city impact. So this is the edge of that impact zone. Hutter Road is along that ACI. Actually, the ACI runs right down the middle of it. Pole line dead ends on the north end here, and Hanley comes to a point where it also dead ends, and the applicant is required with their property to the north to extend that in the near future. City limits is denoted in green, and then there's some other roads, I-90 and Atlas shown. So this is a bird's eye view. This is looking north. The subject property is highlighted once again in the white dashed line. You can see I-90 down here to the south, and then Hutter Road going out to the north. This is that 180-degree turnaround in view towards the river. So you can see the river up here on this is the south end of the property across from I-90. All right, so let me catch up real quick. So this is the current configuration of existing parcels and their ownerships. There's a total of 14 of them. Number 8 it includes number 8 here, which used to be owned by Washington Water Power. It was for utilities. This is the existing and the proposed zoning. So when I opened up my report, I had mentioned that it's ag suburban, and which is located in the county right now. And in ag suburban zoning, we did get a hold of the staff over there, and they said that it would be a 5-acre minimum if it was developed in the county. It would not allow ALUs, which is similar to the city's ADUs, which is an accessory living unit, because of aquifer protection. There would not be sewer. It would be served by septic per Panhandle Health. All right, and then the proposed zoning the applicant has provided here. As you can see, these are the existing neighborhoods and the industrial park here to the north, R8 along the eastern side of the request, R17 to the north, C17 here in the middle of the R17, and then some R17 on the west-hand side, and C17 located here. You can see right here where C17L is, there's a small piece here. This is where the water tower is. The applicant has provided that if approved, that the leased land that is underneath the city's water tank would be given to the city, and then this piece here would be for a future well site.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sean, could you go over back to that map, please?
Sure.
Could you go over the zoning for the abutting properties?
Yes, actually, there is a slide in
Okay.
a little bit that shows that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. All right, so these are the zones and the sizes of each particular district of the zoning that they are requesting. So you can see here R8, which is a single-family duplex type zone. R17 is a multifamily. C17L is for the utilities, as mentioned, the water and the well site. And then C17 is a commercial district. It's also mixed use. It does allow commercial as well as residential. So there are 4 required findings for an annexation to be made, findings B8 through B11, and we'll work through those right now. I catch up with my paper version. So finding B8 is that the proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So the 2022-2042 comp plan is that metric by which this is measured. It is in the area of city impact right now, as denoted earlier in the map. And then the comprehensive plan categories that are provided on the map are single-family neighborhood, compact neighborhood, urban neighborhood, and mixed-use low. This is what that looks like on the map. This is the full city layout with the subject property outlined in black. These are the 4 land use types that have been identified inside of the subject property, which is located here. I'm moving through each one of those designations. The single-family neighborhood is compatible with these zones. R8 is one of those zones. The key characteristics are lower density housing across Coeur d'Alene, where the city residents live primarily in single-family homes on larger lots. The next is a compact neighborhood. So this is moving up the zoning designation. The R value is how many units per gross acres, what that refers to. So a compact neighborhood is more of the triplexes and above. So R17 would fall in this category. There is some overlap because the underlying zoning that works with the comp plan does lend itself to multiple zones. So you'll see that some of these zones are in multiple land use types. So urban neighborhood is a higher density zone. That is also considered an R17, but it starts to consider a special use permit for R34 or neighborhood commercial, community commercial, and C17. And then finally, mixed use low, which is the mixed use of commercial and residential as well. That is the C17 zone that the applicant is requesting. there are the key characteristics in transportation and typical uses that are for that type of use. So transportation inside of the comp plan, there's 3 different maps that are provided. The existing and planned bicycle network, the planned walking network, and the transit network. And so as you can see, the subject property is here in gray. And you can see there are some of those existing, but many of those do not exist yet. It is currently not improved. So the comprehensive plan policy framework. So let me catch up here again. So for community and identity, there are 2 goals that apply. The first is public participation and involvement, and I'd like to thank everyone who came out tonight to attend and or to be heard. That is great to see that people love Coeur d'Alene enough to show up. The community and identity goal number 3 strives to make Coeur d'Alene livable for all income households while preserving existing housing stock and providing opportunities for new housing. Now, under the growth and development, there are also 2 goals. Growth and development number 1 speaks to balance. This goal has 2 objectives. One is it seeks the balance for housing and employment to meet city needs while also recognizing neighborhood and district identities. And goal 2 is to ensure high quality infrastructure to accommodate future growth and development. All right, so finding B9 is that the public facilities and utilities are or are not available and adequate for the proposed use. So in the staff report on page 21 through 23, as well as 37 through 39, those staff comments are available from Parks, Streets, Engineering, Water, and Wastewater, and Fire. Let's see here. So based on the recent code update, which allows the city to enter into development agreements, is authorized by the state of Idaho, staff has included a negotiated draft annexation and development agreement, which is included in the city council's public hearing packet that also reflects those comments as they are described in the staff report. Okay, so physical characteristics is finding B10 is that the physical characteristics of the site do or do not make it suitable for the request at this time. So this is elevations. You can see down here in the red, pay attention to those because I do mention them. They're fairly benign, but it's worth noting. The subject property is almost flat based on overall size. There are 2 areas on the south end that have grade changes. An existing water tower sited in the northeast corner. Otherwise, the parcels are vacant. Hutter Road on the west side of the property is currently a north-south 2-lane road that would provide future access to the site. The south side of the property is bordered by North Idaho Maritime and the existing Woodside single-family neighborhood, which provides multiple access points. The east side of the property is adjoined by the Coeur d'Alene Industrial Park on the northern third, which is up here. And then approximately 2/3 to the south is residential with multiple connection points. So this is what those terminuses look like. Wedgewood Loop basically terminates right into the southern end of the property as well as the Woodside Avenue, and that's what those 2 look like. So once you get into the subject property and basically look to the, which way am I looking here? From the south end, looking towards Wedgewood Loop terminus is this direction, and then looking north from the southeast corner towards the water tower is what this picture is of. So then, let's see here. This is actually looking west towards let's see, Hutter Road out here. You can see this is that new development across Hutter outside of the city's ACI. And looking west from the south end of the subject property near the Wedgewood Loop terminus is what this is. This is one of those red areas that has a little bit of grade change there. I wanted to show that in a picture what that looks like. So the Appaloosa Road terminus This is actually where this fence is at. You can see an RV on the other side. That is Appaloosa. It does continue beyond that. This is part of the city's right-of-way. And then inside of the subject property, looking the opposite direction, this is the back side of that RV where Appaloosa right-of-way dead ends into the property. So the next ones are further west of the property here, looking towards Hutter Road with an elevated I-90 in the background. That's what that is. And then close to where this car is, looking north along Hutter is this picture on the bottom. All right, so moving to the east side of the property, these are the right-of-way terminuses that are located there. Arrowhead, this is what Arrowhead looks like, and Nez Perce Road, which has a separation in the middle for most of it. And then Laurel Avenue looks like this, and it dead ends into the property, as well as Spires Avenue. And then looking west towards the terminus of Hanley Road on the north side of the property, showing the water tower, and then where Hutter Road and Pole Line intersect, looking south down Hutter Road. And if it's a pretty wide angle view with the camera, you can see the water tower over here. So it's basically, this is the subject property. It's difficult to take pictures of because it's so big. So annexations by year. This map shows the annexations as they happened over time. We'll take a look here real quick at the historic context of those annexations and subdivisions.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt again, but we're going to be here for a very long time. I see a lot of people have joined us that are standing. There's about 6 chairs over here, and then we have some extra chairs sitting that we could maybe we could put over there. It's going to be a long time, and they all seem to want to be part of this. There's 6 right here, and then there's some against the wall that maybe we could put out over in that area.
And I assure you, we're not going to pass a collection plate if you sit up front.
And if you'd like to maybe grab some empty chairs and set them
Yeah, there's several
back
over
where
there.
you are, you can do that too.
Go ahead, John.
All right, thank you. Okay, so finding B11 is that the proposal would or would not adversely affect surrounding neighborhoods with regards to traffic, neighborhood character, and/or existing land uses. And so we've received a lot of public comment about the traffic, and that seems to be a large question in, how is traffic going to be dealt with? And so I wanted to take a look at how the subdivisions and how the annexations happened that border this and those terminuses that I just spoke about. And so here is a picture of the subdivision for Indian Meadows, which was done in 1971 inside of Kootenai County. And at that time, they were 1 acre. It was 1 acre developments, but they weren't hooked to city sewer. It happened at the edge of the city. There was no curb gutter and sidewalk, and there was a little bit of a power struggle between the city and the county as to who should be doing this type of subdivision and who's supplying the utilities for that type of development. And so, in times following this, the county has been requiring larger parcels because they would most likely be on a septic system. So it was subdivided in 1971 and then subsequently annexed into the city 11 years later in 1982. And so that's the reason why it exists the way that it does. At that time, there was three roads provided that dead end into the subject property. So the next is Northshire, which is just to the north. And this was actually an annexation and subdivision that was done by the city. And you can see, at the time that the sewer was provided and the lots are smaller and there's a park and there's also the accesses that are provided into the property. The one development that didn't access the property or didn't provide any access to the property was the Coeur d'Alene Industrial Park, which is 1979 was subdivided in the county. It was then annexed into the city in 1982 at the same time the Indian Meadows was. I also included, and it was available to the public as well as city council, but there was some comments from Mayor Fromm at that time that talked about, how these things came to be. And it's interesting note that half of this was under construction prior to the subdivision even being approved. So it's just interesting history. All right, so Woodside Park addition is all the way down to the south, and this one happened in 1990. The subdivisions came thereafter in 1992 and 96, and so this piece was first in 1992, and that is subsequently this piece, if you move that over here. At the time, the developer asked if Planning Commission would consider removing this access point so that he could get additional, building area. And Planning Commission said no, that they didn't want a super block, which is denoted here in red. And he appealed that decision to City Council, which was denied again, and that's why that exists the way that it is today. So here is a map showing all of those, which I went over at the southern end, as well as the eastern end of the property.
Sean, I have a question.
Sure.
What created the annexations as we went west? What was the force? People were already living there, and then all of a sudden we grabbed them and took them?
Like I said, there was a bit of a power struggle there. I don't know the full history. I was relying on the minutes back then, and I was born in '74. A lot of this happened while I was in the eye to a grasshopper.
You don't have to rub it in, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm getting up there. I'm no spring chicken, but my understanding is that there was a need to serve it for public health, which was providing sewer to it. And so there was a moratorium a number of years ago in the city where our wastewater capacity fell to where we weren't able to serve. And so there was some grants that were given by the EPA and some other funding sources that came to the city to be able to sewer these outlying areas, which we had to annex to do. And so that's my understanding how that happened.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Right, so neighborhoods and other adjacencies, we've talked a lot about where they are. Woodside Park, Indian Meadows, Northshire, and the Industrial Park flank on the eastern and southern edges. Outside in the county area, we have some agricultural land, 2 large lot, single-family dwelling units, and Brickert County estates. To the north is the Trails, which is also owned by this developer. So existing land uses, as you can see here, a lot of the abutting 2/3 of that property and at the southern end are single-family development. And then the industrial park has a number of commercial as well as industrial type uses. The blue are civic uses. So dog park, I believe this is the forest or the property, parks, golf courses, etc. So this Councilmember Wood, this is the one that you were asking for. So the zoning nearby. So to the north is R8. The industrial park is M for manufacturing, R3 for residential, R1 for 1 unit per acre sort of type residential. It's 1 per 34,500 square feet, which isn't quite an acre but close. And then R3 to the south. That's what the zoning looks like. And, okay. So the City Council Annexation Development Agreement considerations. So the staff report provides comments on what some of the existing conditions are in the area and then what they see coming down the pike for this type of development. And so that agreement considerations, I've done my best to try and narrow them down into bullet points because it's a very long document and it gets text heavy really quick. So, for water, Basically, they're saying that if the city's 24-inch transmission line is moved or it needs to be replaced at the developer's expense, there has been some talk about doing that. A buffer/trail system is also being looked at. That would go over the top of that if it's relocated. So we did talk about the storage, the water storage facility and the dirt underneath of it being provided to the city, the well parcel as well, and then water rights for the property are addressed in the annexation and development agreement as well. So wastewater, there's 5 potential projects that were highlighted inside of the development agreement and annexation agreement. Those are the 5 here. It's the 2013 master plan flows that JUB worked on is driving at what point those ERUs that you heard about, the equivalent residential units, at what point the capacity gets to the point where they would need to use a different one of these lines and connect to it. And so that is all why it's all spelled out in the development agreement. We do have water and wastewater here to answer questions if you have any questions about that. So streets and engineering, once again, traffic is a major concern for this request. And so these are streets and engineering's comments regarding that. I don't know if I should read it directly into the record. I think everyone here is literate enough to read it, but it spells out how progressively that those improvements would happen, and using a concurrency analysis and transportation studies to determine at what point do those connections need to be made, if they need to be made. And so I guess staff would like to reiterate that we encourage that council, if they do entertain annexing this into city limits, that they leave those options on the table and allow the future concurrency analysis to determine at what point would those connections that already exist be connected to.
Mr. Mayor?
Could I ask,
Yeah.
what, at the point, if we say, okay, it makes sense to, figure out exactly how and where, whatever, tying those roads in down the road when there's actually the plan and all of that. And at that time, what kind of public input process would be part of just that normal process?
Right. There's a couple of avenues that the developer could request. One is a subdivision, which is dividing the property down into pieces and showing where those roads are at. That is a requirement to go through a public hearing at Planning Commission. And so Planning Commission would take a look at that. They can also, with subdivision, do a planned unit development if that is what they would like to do. I think you guys understand what planned unit developments are, and they could do that in conjunction with that. That would also go to Planning Commission. Now, if Planning Commission or City Council decides, hey, what they're proposing rises to the level that the development agreement needs to be adjusted, then the development agreement has to go to City Council for that adjustment. So there is a quote-unquote bite at the apple for City Council through the development agreement later, but it goes to Planning Commission for subdivision and PUD.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go
Just
ahead.
a clarification on that. It doesn't necessarily mean it would come to council. It would have to be a PUD request. Otherwise, it doesn't come to council for review of the streets and roads.
The full-blown request would not go to City Council unless it was appealed to City Council, but the development and annexation agreement, if it's altered, would go to City Council regardless. If that makes sense. I'll have to lean a little more on legal and exactly how that plays out, but.
Council does have to approve the final plat of a subdivision.
Which is in the consent calendar.
And then the ordinance for the development agreements does require a public hearing if it is amended. So that's before City Council, not Planning Commission.
Kiki?
But to clarify, what you said was that
the Planning and Zoning Commission will determine whether the development agreement changes rise to the level of needing to be amended to go to council. So the decision is still in P and Z's hands for the development agreement?
It comes, I guess, it comes from multiple, staff would, in a staff report, say, hey, this would rise to the level we recommend to Planning Commission that this should be altered, which would go to. So there's, Planning Commission and/or staff could make that request. This is our first one, so I would need to ask Randy if I spoke correctly on how that would work.
Well, under the ordinance, the city council has the final say on the development agreement, both tonight and if there's an amendment, city council would have the final say, and the only say, really. Planning Commission can only make a recommendation.
But, I'm sorry, but at that time down the road, and I think we're all dealing with what are the protections for conversation for council to be involved down the road. And so what you're saying is that any changes to the current development agreement would have to come to a future council?
Correct.
Okay.
But what if there are no changes? Then it doesn't come to
Yeah, it's
council.
like a PUD. that
Yeah,
does-
if there's no changes to the development agreement, then we would follow the code for whether it's a subdivision or a PUD.
So it feels like tonight's really the only time we would have for real deep discussion about the connecting streets.
Yep.
Well, each subdivision, I think, will require consideration by both Planning Commission and Council. At the time of subdivision, all the departments would weigh in, the fire department, the police department, to look at the connections, to make those decisions. And then the Planning Commission can approve the subdivision, but it still comes to Council to look at.
Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. First of all, do those come in as a decision item, or are they put on the consent calendar?
I think usually the subdivisions are on consent, but any council member can remove them from consent.
So we have to do our homework. Sean, this slide and the previous slide do not match what's in my packet.
We were working with the applicant through the negotiated development agreement, and this is the language that is in the development agreement that you see on the screen. It has been
It's kind of a
updated.
gotcha, don't you think?
Oh, that was what was.
I mean, I would
Planning
appreciate it
Commission.
if we were going to make a decision that we would have the information with ample time to review it instead of having it thrown at us in the meeting.
It's also in the development agreement. This is just the
Which
bullet.
still means that the information I have in my packet is invalid.
Okay. It wasn't a bait and switch, it was an honest mistake. I didn't
Seems
mean
to happen a lot.
miss it.
This isn't the first time that's happened, that I've seen a slide up there that doesn't match what's in my packet.
Let's let him finish the presentation.
Hopefully, it's what I have in my packet.
Sean?
Yes, I'll continue. So, all access onto Hutter Road from the development shall be approved by Post Falls Highway District prior to construction because it is not in city limits. Any property owned by the applicant located west of the annexation boundary and within the city's area of city impact shall be dedicated to the Post Falls Highway District in order to establish the eastern edge of the Hutter right-of-way. Property outside the ACI should not be annexed into the city. All right, so moving on. So planning, we had some proposed use limitations. These are items that you generally do not want to see in a commercial type district, and so we put those into the development agreement. Also, there's 5% of the residential units would qualify as affordable workforce housing as addressed in the annexation and development agreement. So the concurrency analysis that I talked to would need to take place for each of the subdivision requests for total acreage developed, which would include open space improvements, transportation improvements, affordable workforce housing by zone and by phase. And so reiterating that this is a request for annexation and zoning designations only, and they have provided conceptual design that is reflected in the agreement. So parks. Now, when this went to planning commissions, it was, yes?
Let's go right back to that last statement. I want to make sure that there's an understanding as we move forward. This is only for annexation and zoning. None of the subdivision is decided at this time.
Correct.
Thank you.
So as I was mentioning, as far as parks go, when it went to planning commission, there were some soft numbers in there. Since then, through our negotiations with the applicant, we have tied down exactly what the acres would be required and when they would be required for neighborhood and community parks. They're reflected up here, as well as two trails, two of them being 12-foot wide that would go north-south all the way through the development and then connect out into a trail that is there so it can continue on, and two 10-foot wide trails going east-west, doing the same thing. So there's also some other items here that I wanted to mention, which is the MOU with the school district. There's two school district sites. They were zoned R17 because they are use by right in R17 and they wouldn't require a special use permit. So staff had suggested that they be zoned that way so they wouldn't have to ask for permission from Planning Commission to have the schools. And then any of the transmission lines or other easements that exist on the property would need to be adhered to unless they alter or extinguish those. So, City Council is tasked with making findings to approve, deny without prejudice, or table the decision to a date certain for additional information. Reminding also that a separate motion for the annexation and development agreement is required. If City Council decides to approve the request, upon the signature of the annexation and development agreement, the following would occur. Property would be incorporated into city limits, the zoning would be applied to the property, and the annexation and development agreement become binding. So that concludes my staff presentation for A422. I wanted to reiterate that staff is here and available to City Council to ask questions if you have any. And with that, I'd turn it back over to the mayor and letting you know that Ally from KMPO is here to speak next.
Oh, KMPO is next.
Yes, unless you have questions for staff
Yes.
in the meantime.
Woody?
Just a couple questions. Phasing, could that make any changes to the agreement?
The phasing?
Phasing of how it's going to build out over time if it changes from what the picture looks like?
It would depend on how the applicant makes subdivision applications. Sometimes you'll see, like in Coeur d'Alene Place, for example, they'll say, here's X number of homes and 3 phases inside of this subdivision request. And so if that is approved, then those phases don't come back. They concurrently are built phase by phase until they're complete, and then they move on to the next piece. Now, if for whatever reason one of those phases has a significant change, something that staff, once in a while you'll get one that the frontage is 49 feet instead of 50 or something like that, and will allow little adjustments like that to meet city code. But if there's a major change, then it would take a trip back to Planning Commission for modification or interpretation.
Could that come to council also? Make that U-turn back into it because it's affecting the development agreement?
If it does affect the development agreement, it would go back to council.
Okay. How were the locations of the schools chosen? Why were they where they are?
That is a great question for the applicant. I'll defer to them.
And then if there's any zone changes along the way, again, that would affect the agreement, the development agreement, correct?
Yes, it would. And zone changes go to Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay. And then
Changes too.
phasing, subdivision. So if a subdivision changes, again, same question, does it change the agreement? Would it come back to council?
If it is substantially changed between what was approved and what they want to build, then it would take a trip back.
Okay. So again, I'm just thinking back, watching Coeur d'Alene Place was a great example. Wasn't planned on 30 years, but that's how long it's taken, and it was changing all the time. We didn't have a development agreement back in those days.
No.
But it was changing. They tried different things. The market changed. I remember they did alleys for a while. They thought that was going to be cool, and it didn't make it. But so now there's a sort of another level, right? That
Yes.
we somewhat have some input on that we haven't had in the past.
Correct.
Thank you.
Kiki, did you have
I
something?
just wanted to clarify one thing, and I was looking at the map. When you showed the surrounding zoning, it's R3 and R1. Okay, in my map, there's a green, that one. That green strip that's on the right-hand side, is that right there? Is that R8, or is
Correct.
that, what is that?
It is R8.
So that's R8 on just that strip? But it's not labeled, okay, so,
Yeah, I tried to put the label on it, but it covered up so much of it. I
okay.
put it up here and just hoped
Didn't know
everyone
if that was
would
like a grassy strip.
recognize the
Didn't really
green.
like the color. So R8, R1, and R3 are all in that piece. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Amy?
Sean, will you talk a little bit about the phasing and the traffic studies and how the phases trigger additional traffic studies?
So I would defer to our transportation expert, the city
Okay.
engineer, for questions about transportation and connections.
So it's coming, is what you're
Yep.
saying.
Yeah.
Hi, I guess I can answer that now. We've put in the development agreement that with each phase they bring forward, or every 2 years, they need to do a transportation study on that. We figure over time, a lot changes. Like Coeur d'Alene Place, a lot has changed over the years. Their current build-out is not what they anticipated it to be originally. They have a lot more gated subdivisions and things like that in there. And traffic patterns change regionally over time, so this is a better way to get a handle on it. Each couple years when something's proposed, we can require the traffic study, figure out what mitigation measures are would best handle that, and then require those to be constructed.
Thank you.
Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go through all the staff regarding the utilities. First of all, I always look at these things as a zone change. The plan, just like you said, is going to change. It's not going to be what it looks like over there. It's going to be something else. My focus is on the zones. So we have 440 acres of R8, R17, and C17. And I did some math on how many dwelling units, houses, that would add to the city. And so I came up in R8, we have over 1,800. R17, there's 2,500. And C17, which you can build on. I mean, I think it's going to be mixed use, whatever, but even then, there's commercial traffic involved in that too, 873 for a total of 5,322 potential cars if everyone just had one car. And they all have two, so I doubled that number to get 10,645. So what we're dealing with right now is just zoning. And I think the assumption that I would like to play is that that's all going to be maxed out. So can we handle it? And you're up there first, Chris, so I'll go ahead and do streets first. When you do your street report, your traffic impact report, which of course, I don't know why I'm looking at it because it's different now. Are you looking at those 10,000 potential cars, 2 trips a day? Is that what you're looking at? Or are we just saying, someday this will be developed, and when it's developed, that's when we'll look at the traffic? Because I think that's a problem.
Well, we had KMPO run the model. Well, they worked with the developer to run the model with the development, without the development, with the Hutter bypass, without the Hutter bypass, with the I-90 expansion, without. They looked at all these different scenarios to get a kind of a baseline, and that study really looks regionally, not so specific at individual streets. And that's where we would come in when a subdivision phase is proposed and look at how those streets would be affected at that time. If we put all that energy into looking at the 440 plus acres right now, 25 years from now, that would probably be irrelevant to the traffic that's occurring at that time.
But that's the decision we're making tonight, so that's why it's important to me. The Hutter bypass, and I can always ask Ally this question too, so
Can you hold for just a minute?
what? Questions?
Well,
Sure.
aren't you going to do a KMPO presentation, Chris?
Not me personally, but Ali Marino from KMPO is here.
Well, then I will hold those things for Ally. The other thing I wanted to ask you, and maybe Todd would know the answer to this, how many lane miles would that be?
That they're building in this subdivision?
Lane miles. I'm talking snowplow. So what is the impact to our city snowplow at build out here? And how are you anticipating dealing with that now that, winter's over and we're going to have so many lane miles and plowing snow? How's that going to impact for the response time of the rest of the city? I don't know, Todd, you want to handle that, or Mr. Mayor?
Love talking about snow. I don't know that we've been told the lane miles. I don't know that all the roads are calculated. When I look at that space and I look at the size, to be honest, that will add another plow team to stay within a 40-hour plow. So that would require 2 more full-time employees. It would require another loader and another grader. So
Okay.
the way we currently do business.
I believe you. Thank you. Moving on to water. So again, talking about how many dwelling units are going to be in this potentially, 5,000. How are we doing on water capacity? I know we get close in the summer, and you got parks in there too. We're going to have lots of acres of parks. How are we dealing with potentially handling this?
Well, we've looked at, we're adding an additional well site to this area, so we'll have another 4,000 GPM. We just added Hutter well last year, so that boosted us up another 4,000. I took the worst case scenario and calculated all this property at R17, which gave me a figuring of about 7,900 residential units, and calculated that out at about 268 gallons per capita day per person for normal average usage, and they would require about 5 CFS, or about 2,500 gallons a minute, so that'd be about half of a new well. So with what we've gained with Hutter well and what we would gain with the new well, we would have water for this area and still help serve the remaining portion of the northern half of the city.
That's awesome to hear. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Going to wastewater, the other side, the other end of the pipe. I know that one of the limitations on the growth of the city is your plant and how much you can process, and I've heard the number 80,000 for the size of the city and what the plant can handle. So given what Terry just said and the maximum this could be, given the current zoning that might be approved tonight, how are we as far as wastewater?
We can't fit it.
Thank you.
Thank you. No. So we knew it would be a problem. We knew we would have struggles with this, but we obviously didn't want to say we can't fit it. So we worked with the developer to assess what the impact of this would be on our system. We have an entire model set up with JUB. Mike just spent earlier part of this meeting discussing that, what the results of that model were. So we plugged in what does this development look like into our model, and we did find several pinch points. We really do have a couple of problems. And in that development agreement, it spells out how we're going to tackle that. 2 of them specifically are a result and only result of this development. And if you were to look at the agreement, the development is going to handle those upgrades. One to a pump station, one to another line. And then the other 2, they're going to have a partial impact on, and the development will split this between this portion, and the other portion is this land area right here that's outside of the city. This is the State Forest Service. So if that were to ever annex in, they would pay that portion. But not anybody who's already in the city.
But as far as units go, I mean, and our maximum capacity, so assuming that this all of a sudden is like Terry did, say it's R17, the whole thing, you can handle that, and we're not going to pinch off the rest of the growth in the city.
Sorry.
He and I get into it.
The number we threw into the model for this was about 3,000 ERUs. It wasn't that maximum density, but we do have the right to reassess capacity on an annual basis and place that back on the developer as needed.
Well, I'm just worried about capacity of the plant. I mean, what he's going to put in is going to be what's required, but I'm just worried about the plant. I mean, we're not going to get to the point where some future council 20 years from now is being like, there's a vacant lot in the city and no one can build on it because we can't do a sewer hookup.
So, yeah, the plan is the growth of the plant is handled through the cap fees that are assessed to everybody who owns a house or a business or anything else like that. So cap fees would pay for any improvements to that. And I'd be lying to you if I said that the plant is never going to grow. It's going to, and it would continue to.
Good. I also read in a report somewhere in this thing that you would, in order to satisfy some of the build-out of this thing, you're going to have to dig up and replace some pipes in Indian Meadows.
So, no. We have, I guess so, yes. On Appaloosa Trunk Main, which, I guess is in Indian Meadows, we will be having to do some construction. The developer will have to do some construction to regrade and increase the size of a line on there, because we will have a pinch point there.
So it would dig it up and basically replace it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
If I were to somewhere around here, if you can see on the map here, somewhere around here probably, out and then down Atlas to about here.
Okay. So, all right. So that would be required at some point in the future when it's necessary.
Right, as needed, correct. And
And
those points are specified in the developer agreement. When you get to this portion, you
The developer pays for that.
Right,
Very
correct.
good. Thank you.
Yep.
And then for planning, so the list of no-nos that you don't want in there: no adult entertainment, no billboards. No, I mean, what was the thought process behind that?
So I took a look at the downtown core, and it is somewhat similar to what our downtown core is and what the limitations are on those types of uses. That's where that was derived from.
Was it something that the developer asked for, or is it just something the city is
We
saying?
requested it, and the developer agreed.
Okay.
I would have a follow-up on
Please.
that. It seems like, certainly on the northern end, that's going to be very commercial. And so I don't understand why some of those restrictions would be proposed by the city.
The council can certainly remove them if they would like to.
Okay, thank you.
Would that be in the development agreement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'm done. I'm done.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This is the time to speak to staff, so I do have some questions too. But my question is for public safety, police and fire, and I would like the representatives for police and fire to answer my questions. I'm not sure. Looks like Captain Walther and Chief Ryder. Wonderful. Thank you. So my questions to you, there's obviously the reason most of the people here from North Shire and Indian Meadows are here tonight is the concern about the connecting roads. So I want to talk ingress, egress. For a public safety idea, what's necessary in response to get over to the proposed division? Do you feel that you need 5 street accesses? And then I also want you to talk about, there's response time, certainly with fire, but I also want you to talk about any changes to Hanley that are being proposed and what we have in place right now at Hanley. I know there's some concerns with the traffic circle, so I want to hear a little bit about that.
Sure, and I won't speak for fire. We have different response operational plans, so largely Hanley, on the north side and Hutter are undeveloped, and we can engineer that however we like. Typically, we like access every half mile. So Hanley, the next one, the closest one would be Greenwich. But the way that is designed through that neighborhood with the curves is probably not ideal. So we would like to see one at Nez Pierce and maybe Appaloosa. We could go a mile if we had to. Response times for the police is a little different because we don't have a centralized deployment. We have district cars out in the districts, and so they're already in the area when we're fully staffed. And so our response times aren't coming from one central area. We're all over the place already, so we don't need a lot of access to the neighborhood. I don't believe we'd need 5. What was the other part of your question?
I want to talk about Hanley, the traffic circle that's in place already, and some of the issues with that.
Sure. So the way I understand the plan now, there is a school on the north side. At each corner of that school, there's a traffic circle. What we have found, and it's illustrated at Corsellis and Hanley, is school traffic and traffic circles they don't mix very well. It kind of encourages distracted driving. The little kids are not tall enough to be seen over the hoods of the cars. People speed through there. They don't necessarily understand the right-of-ways, and so it causes more problems than it solves. Currently, if you try to drop kids off at either Woodland or Lake City in the morning, the Corsellis and Hanley traffic circle is overwhelmed. It's not big enough to handle the traffic that's in there, and so once that gets clogged up, that intersection's unusable because it clogs up from both ways. And if you add another school to Hanley, and the increased population, you're looking at an additional 10,000 cars potentially on Hanley.
Okay. So no matter what we decide tonight with this proposal, I think we do need to come back, council, in the future and revisit what's already happening on Hanley and what the issues are.
And we would request that we be involved in the planning of the actual schools, the way they're designed. Typically schools are designed for bus traffic. And the culture's changed. Parents drop kids off. It's a very small percentage of kids on buses. And so I don't know if you've been in front of Woodland in the morning or in the afternoon, but it's very difficult to get through. And it causes us a lot of problems.
Thank you, Captain Walther.
Mm-hmm.
Chief?
Good evening. So right now, we're looking at...
Follow-up to
I'm
Captain
sorry,
Walther?
of course, the mayor's running the meeting.
I just, before you left the podium.
That's okay.
When you're talking about these traffic circles.
Yeah.
What is the police procedure when you say a traffic circle is completely jammed and you need to get, what do you do?
We try to get out there with some of the school resource officers. Skyway Elementary is really good. They actually, although it's not their responsibility, they staff it with flaggers. Some of their administrators are out there. Instead of administrating the school, they're out there with flags to keep traffic clear and keep the crosswalks clear for the kids. We have our traffic team. We do traffic studies all the time. Streets helped us install some flashers at the crosswalks there. It just simply is difficult because we can't be there all the time, and it clogs up, and then people are in the circle and it's backed up past that point.
And then an emergency on the other side,
Yeah, we would go a different route typically if there was an emergency, because we know at those times it's, you have Skyway, you have Woodland, and you have Lake City all converging on one small traffic circle. At some point, we'll have to re-engineer it, is my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
Sorry.
No, I have for street when it's my turn.
Okay.
Then we had fire.
Good evening. Right now, we're looking, ideally, our 5th station would be down on Saltese. We have a GIS study being done by the IFF. We don't have the report from that yet. We also have our insurance rating that's going to happen here in April. So that'll kind of drive us where we put our station. We're not dictating which roads go through. We're response time driven. So in single family dwellings, we don't see a lot of our calls. It's mostly in the multi-family areas and the adult care facility areas, that kind of thing. If Hanley were to be punched through to Hutter, it would help out our Station 4 to go through to Hutter. But otherwise, we're waiting for those 2 studies to come back.
Thank you.
Dan?
Yes, I would like to ask of streets. Street, okay. Is a number of the comments have, talked about the issue that's already there with Atlas. And I personally drive Atlas multiple times a day between, down at Southeast up to about Dalton. And yes, I mean, it needs some help right now, even without this. But I mean, what is a plan right now for any improvements coming into Atlas, and in particular if this happened?
I'll let Chris talk.
Okay, I might have
we have plans, and it kind of ties with KMPO and some other things, so I'll let Chris address that, but.
Okay, well, you can give us a preview of the KMPO, okay.
Right. I don't think you should be talking about Atlas, but, so a couple years ago, I submitted a grant application to KMPO for reconstruction of Atlas from Celtice to Hanley. That came in number 2 on the list, but the funding for KMPO's list was dependent on the registration fee increase that went out to vote. And that failed, so there is no money for Atlas. They're going to try again, supposedly in the future, and at that time, hopefully we get it. If not, we'll have to look for other funding sources.
Okay, that's good for now, thanks.
Thank you.
Make sure you do it
Let's
before-
have our KMPO presentation before we go any further. Chris, would you introduce your presenter?
Ali Marino from KMPO is here to talk about how the traffic model was developed and what it means for this project and the surrounding area.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As Chris said, my name is Ali Marino, and I'm the transportation planner for the Kootenai Metropolitan Planning Organization, or as many people know us as KMPO. We worked on behalf of the city to model the conceptual plan for this development to see kind of the initial impacts that it would have to the regional transportation system. And so Chris had asked if I, as well as the planning staff, if I would come and just give you guys a little overview of our modeling process and the results of that analysis. So I will try to run through this fairly quickly, and hopefully this will give you guys just some additional clarification. And I can answer any questions too at the end. So just a quick overview for council as well as the audience. KMPO is the Metropolitan Planning Organization for Kootenai County. We were established in 2003. We're a federally mandated organization. Once an urban area reaches a population of 50,000, an MPO is required to help ensure the continuing comprehensive and cooperative transportation planning for the region. Our planning area is all of Kootenai County, so we work with the urban as well as the rural areas. Our board consists of the 4 major cities, Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, Rathdrum, and Hayden, the 4 highway districts, the Idaho Transportation Department, Kootenai County, and the Coeur d'Alene Tribe. We also work with our technical committee, KCAT, which is made up of staff from those organizations as well. So part of our role is long-range transportation planning. It's part of what we are required to do as an MPO. And one of the planning tools that we utilize is a travel demand model. And this helps us to identify existing and future issues on the transportation network and helps the region to be proactive to plan for any investments that need to be made. At this point, we are probably a little bit behind, but we're doing our best to kind of see what is needed in the future and figure out how we can get those improvements funded and constructed. The model helps determine the type, size, and location of regional transportation improvements, as well as quantify the impacts growth and land use changes have on transportation demand. It's not intended to replace professional judgment or experience. It is, again, just one of those tools that we have that we work with all of the local agencies to cooperatively develop that. And I will mention, as I've kind of heard this come up in your questions, and for Chris is that unfortunately transportation is not within the confines of the city limit boundaries. So your water and your sewer and your police and your fire are all kind of dictated by, the city boundaries, your investments, whereas transportation connects the entire region. And so the city of Coeur d'Alene's streets and intersections and that sort of thing are impacted by all the people within Kootenai County, outside Kootenai County, people traveling through the area. So it makes it a little bit trickier to kind of pinpoint what the impact is going to be because lots of people are using the transportation system. Just kind of go real quick over the inputs into our model. We look at housing units as well as employment. We use other land use types such as number of students for post-secondary as well as secondary schools. We use traffic data. Our model is only a peak hour model, so it only reflects the AM and PM peak hours of operations of a typical weekday. So traffic on weekends or during the summer or in the winter could be different just because there are different travel patterns during those times. Our transportation network is made up of traffic analysis zones where that land use resides because not every unit can be represented in the model, so we kind of have to put those into different zones that are defined by the land use types as well as topography. We try to keep residential and commercial separately because they create different types of trips. Our model only, for the most part, includes federally designated roadways, so roads that are classified as a collector or higher, because federal funds cannot be used on local roadways. We do include some in areas where analysis requires it. And then it also includes different intersection types. So this is just kind of an example of what it looks like. This is downtown Coeur d'Alene. This covers, again, the whole county. You can kind of see those different TAS groupings on the left-hand side outlined in orange. I guess I have my mouse here. The connectors where the land use is loaded onto the roadway network. And then over here we have the roadways and the intersections. So that's just kind of what it looks like on the inside. We utilize a base model, so something that reflects current conditions. Right now our base model is 2020, reflecting kind of what was going on 2 years ago. It's very data heavy, so it takes a while to get some of those updates made. But we also create forecast models. We have different versions, but our primary forecast is 2045. These are developed with assistance and coordination with KCAT and the planning staff from the different local agencies. And we try to get their input so that the model also reflects the visions of local comprehensive and land use plans. The forecasts are based off of our population and employment projections that are adopted by our KMPO board. Projected growth is placed based on existing uses, as well as we work with the local agencies to place some of that land use in areas they anticipate to be developed over the 25-year period. We include future transportation projects based on local agency transportation plans and studies and other needs that we see occurring throughout the region. Our model is a 3-step model. And sorry, I'm just going through some of this so you can understand how our model works and why we get the results that we do. So our first step is trip generation. So at that TAS level, it's determined the number and types of trips, kind of as Councilman Gookin was talking about, that are produced and attracted based on those land use types. So residential uses or commercial uses, educational uses are going to create different numbers of trips and take those trips to different locations throughout the region. The trip distribution step determines where those trips will begin and end based on some personal travel interview studies that we've used in the past. So it's local data. So it determines this home to work trip will go from TAS A to TAS B. And then the third step is trip assignment, where it will assign the trips to routes in the transportation network. And an important piece of trip assignment is that it always chooses the path of least resistance. So if there is an area that is starting to see high amounts of congestion, just as someone on the road would try to avoid the area, it will reroute those people onto different travel paths. So that is kind of just a breakdown of what our travel demand model is, what the inputs are, how it's put together. The modeling that we did for the city on this project, we used our 2035 and 2545 forecast projects or models, which include, these are just a list of some of the projects that are included in the model. As I alluded to before, these are throughout the region. So all of these things can impact the streets in the city of Coeur d'Alene. So in our forecast models, we have different construction projects such as 41 widening, I-90 widening, that pole line, Hanley Avenue connection, and then this question came up, Atlas and Hutter roads are widened to 3 lanes. That would be 1 lane in each direction with a center left turn lane. That adds additional capacity to the roadway by 2045. Some other land use projects that we anticipate to be completed within those timeframes is the Prairie Crossing. So that's kind of that commercial area on Prairie and 41. Additional commercial land uses along Hutter Road. The west side of Hutter Road between 41 and Hutter being developed over time with a connection of Meyer Road, and then the Atlas Waterfront and Rivers Edge developments as well. So for Coeur, as I said, we did no build and build scenarios. So we looked at the model without this development as well as it including the development. And then we looked at some scenarios too with and without the Hutter bypass. So the modeling that we did was based off of this conceptual plan that the applicant provided, which included 642 single family, 842 multifamily, including townhomes, 240,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial, which we kind of estimated about 500 retail employees. We don't know the specifics of that. Additional school employees and students, 6 acres of park space. And then we also included, based on the concept, a Mullen Avenue extension from Hutter Road to Nez Perce Road, as well as a north and south collector between Mullen and Hanley. So I'll just kind of show you some of the results. These aren't great pictures, but you can kind of see the colors, which is what matters. So this is the PM peak volume to capacity ratios, which is a simplified estimate of the service of the performance of the facilities. When you have the yellow and orange, that means the level of service is getting, the VC ratio is getting closer to 1. These are still fairly acceptable conditions, whereas purple and red, so you can see I-90 here and Hutter, these facilities are nearing their lifetime or are failing. Improvements definitely need to be made. So on the left-hand side, you can see this is the no-build version. So this is without the development. This is in 2045. And without the development, you see some issues along Hutter Road, along Hanley, I-90, and Celtice. With the development and the additional collector system that was as part of the concept, you do actually see some reductions in congestion in some of these areas due to the additional streets that are being added. So this next one is volumes. We can refer to that if we need to. This is the AM, similar situation. Again, without the development, congestion on Hanley, some decreased congestion, some increased congestion at So like this Mullen and Hutter intersection. And we can refer back to these if you guys have any questions. But based on our analysis, some of the conclusions that we kind of get from this is primarily the travel pattern shift due to the additional collector road network. It does add a much needed east-west connection north of I-90. So we'll be getting that relatively soon with that extension of Hanley to Poline. But currently, the only east-west connection north of I-90 is at Prairie. And so that creates a lot of issues on Southeast Way and is really difficult for people trying to get from Coeur d'Alene Post Falls, vice versa. If there are any issues on the freeway or Southeast, it's a very kind of long, out-of-the-way detour. And so just from a regional standpoint, additional east-west connections are important for general traffic operations. However, it does increase traffic on Atlas Road, Kathleen, Hanley, and Hutter. And so I'll go back just for a moment to the PM. And you can see here you have some issues at Kathleen and Atlas, as well as Nez Perce and Atlas that didn't exist before. And that's because people are avoiding, Celtice and kind of this area down here, and they're cutting up to Kathleen and using Nez Perce to cut over or to access the development or that sort of thing. So it's shifting some of that east-west traffic north to a more northern east-west route. And then Hutter, again, there's a decreased level of service on Hutter in the build scenario because some of that is being shifted to Atlas instead. And again, some of these people living in, or who would be living in this new development may be traveling east on Poline or up Hutter to the west and that sort of thing. Again, primarily your travel pattern is going to be to the south, or to the southeast, towards Coeur d'Alene, towards downtown. The Hutter bypass allows people to access the freeway out of this development. So again, looking at that, most facilities with planned improvements, so these include all of the regional improvements, can tolerate the additional traffic that this development would add to the system. What I've showed you doesn't include internal trips that may be included in the development. So they have a fairly sizable commercial area, they have schools, and so there actually will be some trips that we don't model because we don't include necessarily the local network, but are occurring just within kind of that neighborhood area. So they aren't being necessarily reflected on like the arterials and collectors and that sort of thing. However, some locations will need to be addressed for future growth with or without the development. You can see, ITD has, projects for I-90 that is kind of a pinch point area, but one specifically is the Celtice Way and Atlas Road roundabout. Both prior to this development, we've seen this in other modeling that we've done, that intersection is failing within the next 25 years. And so it will have impacts, but as far as this concept goes with the additional road network, it does relieve some issues that the city of Coeur d'Alene currently sees with or without this development. So with that, I can answer any questions.
Sure. Dan?
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad one of your last points you touched on is, you maybe don't deal with it within the area itself. However, I live in Coeur d'Alene Place, lived in Coeur d'Alene all my life, and what I'm anticipating, all of the focus and concern has been about folks coming, kind of from the west to the east. But I can guarantee you, as this goes, and especially if there is some commercial development there, and I think almost everybody, they acknowledge there's going to be things, and frankly, there's going to be folks who say, wow, that's great. Now we've got a convenience store, a restaurant, nail salon, whatever over there. So there's going to be folks from over there going, that way to get there. So I'm glad that that's being looked at. Also, I know the exact questions of streets and stuff, down the road, but, the Nez Pierce thing has come up different times, and again, some of them may or may not make sense, and I got lost a few times trying to drive in and out of Spears Road, but the Nez Pierce reminds me a lot, Government Way and a little divided, the dog park, so I think, that's kind of natural. But anyway, I'm glad you've looked at that other and the fact that, somewhere down the road, somebody would be coming to the council saying, why didn't you think ahead? And we live here in Indian Meadows or whatever, and we have to go clear up around to get, 4 blocks over to that. So anyway, thanks. That's it.
Ken?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ally, Hutter Bypass,
Yes.
not going to be in 2045?
So it is in our modeling scenarios. We were asked to do the scenario analysis just to see what the impact would be if the Hutter bypass wasn't built within that
Wasn't
timeframe.
built. But currently, it's planned to be built.
It is currently planned to
A
be built.
6-lane freeway.
It is not funded.
Below grade.
Yes.
If it's a 6-lane freeway below grade, where's the next connector after I-90 going north?
Pole line and Hanley.
Pole line and Hanley?
Well,
Okay.
yes, that
So
pole line and Hutter.
Pole line and Hanley.
Yeah.
So any of the developers' desire to connect into Hutter now will be eliminated should the Hutter bypass be fully funded and put in by 2045?
Yes and no. So I will just
Great
go
answer.
back
Are you a
to,
lawyer?
so just based on how we modeled it, and I did talk with the developer's traffic when I put this together. So as you can see in this scenario, the Hutter bypass does exist. It runs right along Hutter Road here, and then the interchange to I-90 would occur over here by the current Hutter rest stop.
Okay.
So right now, there's the connection of Mullen. That would be an overpass over the Hutter bypass. And so that would still connect in. These were mostly along Hutter here were more local access points, so we wouldn't model them typically anyway.
Right.
I did include one right here. They could still access Hutter in that location. These ones right here along the northwest section, they could not directly access Hutter. But on the south side, they've planned for a Mullen overpass for quite a while. Mullen currently exists there, so.
So, and then south of there would still be a Hutter frontage road or something that would connect
Yeah,
into
so
something?
the current Hutter would be the frontage road for the bypass, so it would follow the current alignment today to this point, and I don't know, I don't think anything exists there currently. And then it would swing to the west side. This is all part of the right-of-way outline currently, so it would go to the west side and it would connect up to pole line just west of the bypass.
Very good, thank you.
Ally, do I understand that efforts are underway in terms of right-of-way acquisition?
So they are not currently underway. Campio has gotten the approval to do right-of-way acquisition, but we are not using those funds at this time. ITD is going through the environmental review. ITD headquarters has obligated funds to do the environmental of the project, and it's going to be looked at as well with a broader mobility study for the urban area. They're working on that this year. So it's just kind of getting those pieces finalized before right-of-way acquisition would occur.
Thank you. Woody?
Ally, you mentioned 3 lanes. 3 lanes adds capacity. Can you tell me how that can be?
So in the model, it only ends up, so it's would be a north and a south direction, as well as a center turn lane. So like along Government Way, for most of the way, you have that dedicated left turn lane. And so when people need to make left turn, they can move over into that lane while they wait to make that movement, rather than staying in the lane and backing up traffic behind them. So it does add a little bit more capacity to the roadway and allows other people trying to just proceed north or south to continue that movement while the left turns wait.
So when you go from a 3-lane road, which is basically 2 lanes with a left turn.
Yes.
And you move into something like Prairie, that's high volume with a left turn lane, big difference. Yes?
I guess I don't quite understand your question.
I picture capacity being 4 lanes and or you call it a 5-lane.
Yeah.
The difference between 2 and 4 seems to be major for moving customers.
Yes, it would double the capacity of the roadway to add a complete additional north and south directional lane. It was not modeled, but with ITD, with their planning for the interstate widening, one of the bridges that will probably need to be replaced is that Atlas Bridge. And so right now we have planned for 3 lanes on Atlas due to our discussions with the city. We anticipate there probably would need to be additional widening at least up to a certain point, because there is so much anticipated traffic on that south end of Atlas. So I think we've talked with ITD, Chris could correct me, about allowing for 4 lanes under that bridge in time, if that were needed.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ally.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
All right, now we'll move to the proponent. Okay. Oh, what we're going to do here is the proponent has to be sworn in, but also anybody else who wishes to testify has to be sworn in. So we're going to do a group swear-in rather than each one individually. So if you even think you might want to testify, I would ask you to stand now and it's real tempting to say, stand, now sit, now stand, now sit. Stand up and our clerk will swear you all in at the same time.
Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
I do.
Saved an hour.
Okay, please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
2 seconds. Good evening. I'm Brad Marshall. I'm a senior project manager, planner with JEB Engineers. My address is 7825 Meadowlark Way in Coeur d'Alene. Tonight it's a pleasure to represent the Kootenai County Land Company. I want to take a second to thank the mayor and the council for your time tonight, plus the staff for their time, their meetings, their reviews, the well-written staff report, and the draft annexation agreement. Plus, I want to take a second and thank the Planning Commission for their unanimous recommendation of approval for the annexation and zoning. And again, it's a reminder, these are your planning and zoning experts. This is an important project to the city in many ways. So we have about a 30-minute presentation to make. It's my understanding that the timing was pre-approved by both the council and the staff. You know, I've been a planner in this area for more than 30 years. And I've seen a lot of changes in the city over those years. I can remember when downtown was struggling. Today, it looks great. It's vibrant, it's active, it's prosperous. Plus, I can remember when Ramsey Road 30 years ago was a 2-lane county road. And to the west was a bluegrass field. Today, that's what Coeur d'Alene Place is today, a very well-planned project, built and phased out over 30 years. And on that note, Coeur is planned as a well-planned, phased project over 20 to 30 years, starting with the annexation to the city. With me are several speakers. I'm going to kind of introduce them and their topics. Let's see here. Again, with me is Melissa Wells. She's a partner in the Lakeside Companies and president of the Kootenai County Land Company. Melissa will cover Lakeside Companies and their vision for Coeur. Also with me tonight is Connie Kruger. Connie is an AICP principal planner with Stonehenge. She's a former community development director, and she's going to cover studies, plans, public involvement, housing, the housing study, the comprehensive plan, proposed annexation and zoning. Also with me tonight is Gabe Gallinger. Gabe's a civil engineer. He's a former city engineer, and he's going to cover supporting parks, streets, trails, water, and wastewater. Those are our four primary speakers. And also available tonight is Sean Mesner. Sean's a civil engineer with CivTech. He completed the traffic study on the project and worked with the KMPO on the model. Sean is one of the top traffic engineers in the region. Also with us tonight is Michelle Fulgham. She's our attorney who's assisting with kind of those interpretations of applicable laws, the annexation agreement. Michelle's a former Kootenai County attorney who advised the county commissioners and their county planning and zoning commission on land use matters. So we'll make a presentation, and I'll end with some closing comments, kind of assist with some Q&A coordination, kind of bring up the right person for the questions and so forth. And then, so feel free to jot your questions down, and then we can address those questions at the end of our presentation, ideally. With that, I'd like to take a second and introduce Melissa Wells, the president of the Kootenai County Land Company.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and all of you here tonight to join us for this Coeur annexation. Again, my name is Melissa Wells. I'm the president of Kootenai County Land Company and a partner in Lakeside Companies, which is our parent company. To start out tonight, I do want to mention that we are a local company. My husband and I have lived here in Kootenai County for over 18 years, and we have raised our 2 children here. Coeur d'Alene is our home. And if you look across our entire organization, the vast majority of us live here in Kootenai County and the Spokane areas. Our ownership and leadership teams are also local. We're comprised of just over 20 partners and associate partners, and all but 3 or 4 of us live here locally. Some of the companies in our organization that you may have heard of before are Architera Homes, Markham Builders, ATC Manufacturing, and Century Farms. We really pride ourselves in not only keeping business local, but also in constantly reinvesting back in our community. And just as a quick example, just in our home building and land development companies alone, we work with over 100 local subcontractors, suppliers, and consultants. And to put that into context, last year alone, we spent over $71 million with these groups. We do have many active communities underway in our region. For Coeur d'Alene, many of you may be familiar with the Trails community. It's just north of this annexation area. And it's important, we really wanted to emphasize and note that as we develop our communities, we're very focused on collecting input from the community and then taking that feedback and incorporating it into our designs. We're very mindful of the workforce housing challenges that are going on in our region, and we're committed to creating communities with housing types that address these needs. And another point to really focus in on is that we've been working on this project for over a decade, starting with many, many conversations with the prior landowner, Roy Armstrong. And we truly feel that the reason that we were selected to purchase this land was due to our shared vision of the master plan. So as a complement to the very detailed application that we've already submitted, we would like to show you a 5-minute video we've created explaining the project and our request.
Kootenai County Land Company is a local company whose mission is to invest in the Inland Northwest by providing creative solutions to meet the needs of local communities. Kootenai County Land Company is a subsidiary of Lakeside Companies, who owns and operates various companies within the Coeur d'Alene and Spokane area. You may be familiar with Architera Homes, ATC Manufacturing, Markham Builders, and Century Farms, or you may have seen some of their philanthropic work in the area. All of Kootenai County Land Company's employees live, work, and play in the Coeur d'Alene Spokane area and have a genuine interest in helping to create a healthy, happy future for the region. Kootenai County Land Company is excited to present its plans for a proposed master plan development called Coeur. The project vision is to provide a wide range of housing types to meet community needs while incorporating mixed-use areas for local businesses, community amenities, and school sites. Master planning is the process of organizing land uses, such as homes, parks, commercial areas, and open space. Master plans consider how to meet current community needs as well as future needs. They include extensive analysis and coordination with area agencies to ensure that designs are not haphazardly developed. Thoughtful master plans take time, and planning efforts for Coeur have been in the works for over a decade. The proposed master plan for Coeur incorporates feedback from 13 agencies, 26 departments, and over 40 agency staff members, as well as community feedback from stakeholder interviews, public surveying, and a public open house. Based on this feedback, several key goals were used to plan Coeur. They include walkability, access and safety for pedestrians; livability, access to cultural and recreational opportunities; variety of housing types and price points; convenience of location between Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene, providing valuable infill development; and integrated infrastructure to meet area capacity needs now and in the future. The project site is located within the City of Coeur d'Alene's area of city impact. This is a boundary that the city's comprehensive plan has identified as suitable for growth. The current ACI has been in place since the early 90s and was designated as such to plan not only for outward growth, but also for infill development to help connect services between neighborhoods. By carefully considering the City of Coeur d'Alene's past and current comprehensive plan, the project team identified zoning which would be compatible with the current development and infrastructure that surrounds the site. With that blueprint as a guide, design of the concept master plan was a many-year effort, and the proposed design was finally released in late 2021. The design incorporates designation of 2 new school sites, a variety of housing types to meet the varied needs of residents, an extensive system of trails and pathways, parks and open space, including over 18 acres of city, community, and neighborhood parks, a green belt with water features running through the center of the design, and mixed-use zones which combine housing and commercial uses, providing spaces for local restaurants, businesses, and shops, creating that Main Street USA feeling. At this point in the project, Kootenai County Land Company has submitted an annexation and zoning application to the City of Coeur d'Alene. If approved, further studies will be conducted to refine and finalize preliminary designs, after which Kootenai County Land Company can decide to submit preliminary subdivision applications for the portions of the property that are ready to be developed. It's important to note that just as master plans take a long time to prepare, they also take a long time to develop. The Coeur Master Plan is being proposed with a phased build-out, which could take over 20 to 30 years to complete. The plans can be reassessed and further refined to meet the community's interests as needs and preferences change. Thank you for watching this video. For more information, continue to visit our website.
Okay, with that, I'll turn it back over to Brad.
Thanks, Melissa. Great job. Again, as Sean mentioned, and Connie will get into, we're seeking annexation and zoning to move the property from the jurisdiction of the county into the city and applicable zoning designations. The zoning designations, as Sean mentioned, match up very well, are very compatible with the underlying comprehensive plan designations. And again, Connie will kind of get into that in the future part of the presentation. The streets dedications, the 2 city park dedications, the 2 school site dedications, open space requirements, the site will be developed well below the density limits on the underlying zoning that's requested. As part of that annexation agreement, we're actually attaching the master plan. There's a cap on the units. The annexation fees are tied to the unit count. The sewer capacity is tied to a unit count. The traffic model was completed on the master plan, so it all kind of ties together to a proposed unit count. Again, we're not seeking subdivision approval tonight. We're seeking annexation and zoning. You'll have multiple subdivisions that'll come before your planning commission over the years to come, which will require applications, traffic analysis for each subdivision application, public hearings before your planning commission, and if the public were outright concerned, they could appeal that subdivision decision to the council. And a reminder, all final plats come before the council as well. So there's an opportunity to review each and every subdivision, and each and every subdivision will have an additional traffic study based on the underlying model that was been done to date. Again, Coeur is a master plan project. It's on the bigger note, includes a variety of home types, parks, streets, schools, commercial areas. There's really something for everybody within the project. We've done an extensive amount of community input. As part of the request, we've completed the stakeholder interviews throughout the community. We've notified surrounding property owners with our own mailers. We've put ads in a newspaper. We put up breeder boards. We've done an open house at the Kroc Center that was well advertised, well attended. We've had a hearing before your very own planning commission, again, who recommended approval. We've analyzed the impacts of the project. We've completed traffic and wastewater and economic impact studies of the project. We've met with your fire, your police, your schools, the hospitals, both hospitals, to discuss the project, the impacts and the phasing needs. As part of the project, we'll obviously develop interior roads, water, and sewer. But as part of the project, there'll be off-site improvements. These include street, sewer, and water improvements, capacity improvements. Again, 2 school sites. A reminder, the site's been in your area city impact for almost 30 years. It was addressed in your prior comprehensive plan and in your most recent comprehensive plan. Bear with me. We've had many meetings since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing to work on an annexation agreement, which is in draft form, that's included in your packet. That agreement addresses utilities and public improvements, land dedications, those parks and trails, school streets, fees, and workforce housing provisions, which are voluntary. Economic benefits. This is an intriguing slide. We've had an economist look at the project, and the development will invest about $2.5 billion into this community, into this project over the course of 20 to 30 years. That analysis is based on the units, approximate square footage of those units, approximate square footage of the commercial areas, the schools, the development of roads, water, and sewer, and that gets you to about that $2.5 billion. This project will provide much-needed services, approximately about 2,000 units, over 900 new jobs, 2 new school sites. It's important to point out that the first school site, which is a middle school site, is needed by the Coeur d'Alene School District today, regardless of this development. The additional elementary school is an impact of this development to the south. We're estimating that this project will generate about $4.4 million annually in sales and property tax revenue to the city for ongoing maintenance of the project and expanded services and so forth. Again, the project is in your area city impact for 30 years. It's bounded to development to the north, to the east, and to the south. And as you think at a broader scale to the city of Coeur d'Alene, Hayden's to the north, the mountains are to the east, Canfield Mountain, and of course the river to the south. In my eyes, this is actually one of your last growth areas of the city. With that, I would like to turn it over to Connie Kruger.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us here tonight for this meeting. We appreciate your time. Brad has talked a little bit about the area of city impact, and I wanted to orient everybody to this map. This is actually taken from the county's GIS system. And if you take a look at the different colors on this map, you'll see a light and a dark shade of each respective color. So for instance, for Coeur d'Alene, you see yellow in kind of a brighter color, and then you see a little bit more of a washed out lighter yellow. And you see the same in Post Falls, which is green, and then, you know, this kind of lighter green. And then as we move up to Hayden, we see red with a lighter shade of red. This is zeroed in. This map is throughout the county, and every one of the cities in the county has what's called an area of city impact. The areas that are bright are the areas that are already incorporated into the city limits, and the areas that are shaded are the areas that are intended for future areas of city impact. And so with that, you know, we've talked about it quite a bit, but the history of planning for this area began nearly 30 years ago. And this was in the early to mid-90s. And at that time, the cities of Rathdrum, Hayden, Post Falls, Coeur d'Alene, and Kootenai County engaged in a planning process together. And this was a multi-year collaborative process. Idaho Code 676526 requires cities and counties to create areas of city impact where growth and annexation are intended to occur. During this planning process that they undertook at that time, the cities and the county mapped areas where this growth and development occur, including areas such as the infill area that we're talking about today. Ever since this multi-jurisdictional planning process, this area has been planned for growth and for annexation, specifically by the city of Coeur d'Alene. And if you look at the comprehensive plans of each of the cities, none of the other cities include this area within them. It's only Coeur d'Alene that has this area. This property has also been in the city of Coeur d'Alene's prior and recent comprehensive plans, as well as the city's parks, wastewater, water, and trail and bikeways master plans. Regionally, the area has been planned for in the KMPO Critical Arterials Policy Study, the Regional Non-Motorized Transportation Plan, and the Hutter Bypass Project. It was also historically part of a multi-agency sewer plan for sewering of the Rathdrum Prairie. As mentioned by Melissa, our planning for this area began about 10 years ago with ongoing discussions with the prior owner, Roy Armstrong. At that time, a planning firm was hired to develop a master plan, and this was discussed many times with Mr. Armstrong. The plan was updated in 2018, near the time of the purchase of the property. And following that update, we then utilized that plan to engage in wastewater and transportation studies. And this was a vision to guide the sizing and the location of such systems, with the understanding that with time, over 20 to 30 years of build-out, these infrastructure plans will be tailored to individual development applications. These studies were done to provide a baseline of information for the city to utilize in considering this request. In 2019, we began a third round of planning, and at that time we engaged a real estate analytics firm, and they worked to ensure that the project was planned with housing and commercial uses that are realistic for the greater Coeur d'Alene area, and which recognize changing needs, such as smaller retail brick and mortar base with increases in online retail, mixing uses within buildings, providing for live-work housing, changing maintenance desires, and the like. And so what I want to say about this real estate analytics firm is they looked at the Spokane area, they looked at the Coeur d'Alene area, they analyzed residential needs, they analyzed commercial needs that are realistic to the area, realistic to the market, realistic to the population, realistic to the demographics of our area. And they drilled down to what would work within the Coeur d'Alene area. Over approximately 4 years during our second and third rounds of planning, The Kootenai County Land Company met with a multitude of agencies, divisions, and staff members, and a lot of that information is outlined in the application narrative. A wide variety of input was received, and that is reflected in our plan. So the plan that you see today is not the plan that we had in 2018 when we finished our work with Mr. Armstrong. It reflects general concepts, but it reflects the needs and desires of these agencies and their staff members. An example of this is feedback from Coeur d'Alene Police and Fire related to desired land uses near schools and designing collector and arterial streets for safety considerations. And tonight we heard a little bit from the Coeur d'Alene Police Department, who we have met with, and there have been changing thoughts on how to design things for public safety, where we've even seen shifts within the last few years. And so we know that as we go forward, these are agencies that we are building that relationship and that we'll continue to work with so that we can design as those needs are realized and as we realize what better solutions may be there. So if you see a roundabout on the plan today, it may not be the decision that ultimately is arrived at the time of development. Another example is a discussion of opportunity sites with healthcare and emergency responders if the need is determined at a future point in time. So we had the discussion about where service would be dispatched from, about how responders function, whether or not they would need land and dedicated stations within our property, and open the discussion for that. None were identified at this point in time, but we've left the door open for that. During the ongoing planning process, we approached the Coeur d'Alene City Council requesting specific planning for this area with the city's recent comprehensive plan update process. The City Council authorized this, and during this update process, we conferred with the city staff and the city's comprehensive planning and traffic planning consultants on an ongoing basis. And so this planning is included in the city's newly updated comprehensive plan, and it's also included in our plan. And so specifically what you'll see within our plan are that we have a single-family neighborhood place type, which we've implemented with an R8 zoning. And we have a lot of this R8 zoning. And what we've witnessed, many of the cities in the region have R8 zoning. Coeur d'Alene has R8 zoning. And by the time you account for streets, the dedication of right-of-ways, utilities, what you're usually seeing manifest in development may range from about 3.4 units to maybe 4.2 units per acre. So the R8 zoning implies a higher density than what is typically realized and also what we see within our region. We also have a compact neighborhood place type, and this is implemented with the R17 zoning. And you can see that we have that at the north end of the property and also at the southwest portion of the property. And what we've done is we've pulled those more compact place types to areas like the north, where they actually abut more of an industrial area, and they abut roads that are planning to be developed as fairly robust arterial or collector roads, and also in areas where they are pulled away from the adjoining properties to the east. We also have an urban neighborhood place type, and you see this implemented with the R17 zoning. This is for the school sites also. And then a mixed-use low place type. And you'll see that in the C17 area. And with our plan, we have, you can see kind of that large red polygon down toward the southwest. And that's planned for something like a Riverstone. Maybe not quite as tourist-oriented, but more local support services. So you may see the grocery store, you may see the salon, you may see the fueling station, you may see those types of uses there. At the north end, the reason that we have C17 in that area is because as we did our stakeholder interviews, we heard a desire for more flex space and work housing where you could actually live above the housing and live or work below. And we found that the C17 zoning is what allowed that under the current zoning code. Overall, as envisioned in this and your prior comprehensive plans, this project is primarily a residential development. It has similar lot sizes, structures, and densities as exist in Coeur d'Alene's urbanized areas, such as Coeur d'Alene Place and the Trails, with some higher density housing in commercial areas. These are also based in proximity to Hutter, and we plan that with it either as an improved local access road or arterial road or with a Hutter bypass. So we plan these land uses with both scenarios so that we know that they'll work and that they can access onto the systems either way. We will note that the city's comprehensive plan, if you take a look at it, actually if you look at the left graphic, there's kind of a medium yellow color. And the comprehensive plan actually called for a place type called a compact neighborhood place type, and that was much higher density than what we felt was appropriate. So you'll see that we're actually proposing R8 zoning to kind of buffer and more appropriately mitigate rather than placing a very high-density place type down in the area. And so that's one of our requests for tonight. We found that as we've engaged with meetings and discussions with the neighbors, we feel that the feedback we've received has really reinforced our desire to do a lower density than what is called for in the comp plan in that area. In 2020, the Kootenai County Land Company began a public outreach process, engaging in 2 rounds of community stakeholder interviews. And with that, we interviewed a wide variety of people, wide variety of demographics, and one-on-one interviews within the community, and brought their comments back and made decisions like the C-17 zoning that you saw on the north end of the site. We also organized and held our own public open house to provide information and obtain feedback on the project. The open house was held May 4th, 2022 at the Kroc Center and was attended by approximately 65 people, and many of them lived in the surrounding neighborhoods. The discussion themes are listed here that we heard, both in our interviews and at that public meeting. And you'll see that this reflects on a desire for urban planning concepts and enhanced quality of life. And you'll also see the topics of concern that were discussed at these meetings, which are many of which will likely be discussed in public comment tonight. And with some of these, you'll also see how we've been able to go on and develop the application and try to address these further. There were 2 additional focus areas that arose during the planning process, with a rising demand on housing as well as staffing shortages faced by local businesses. There was significant discussion in agency and stakeholder meetings about the lack of housing supply and the need to provide for worker housing, primarily in medical, education, and public safety occupations. And this actually shows you the housing availability and affordability study, and this was being done by a number of our regional agencies at the time that we were developing our plan. And so we worked to not only review and become aware of this, we also interviewed people who were involved with this and decided that we wanted to develop tools and we wanted to be part of that solution. So one of the emerging themes was the need to address professional workforce housing and to really be able to retain a lot of the local professionals and the local workers that are really important to a healthy community. And that can provide us with the services, the needs, the amenities, the education, and all of the important things that bring quality of life. So with this annexation application, we are dedicating 5% of the housing in this project to worker housing. And with that, we're using the variety of tools that are outlined in the local worker housing toolkit. And that is actually included. There's a list of those that was included in the annexation application that you can take a look at. We know that with 20 to 30 years of build-out, that the solutions that develop in this area with groups like this working on it will become much more diversified. And so we want to be able to work on this over time. You can see the details of how we plan to report to the city and how soon we plan to act on that within the annexation agreement. The second focus area that we heard about from stakeholder agency interviews was the need for school sites, and this was both to address the needs of the existing school population, as has been referred to before, as well as for future students. So we worked with the school district, who has located sites within the property that are desirable to them. And there was an earlier question about why were the sites arrived at. These were actually the sites that were selected by the Coeur d'Alene School District as desirable to them. And I believe I don't know all of the reasons behind that. I wasn't in all of the meetings, but they identified the locations. So when you look at the little boxes that are here, they very specifically wanted to be in those areas. And I think one of the deciding factors for the elementary school was that they didn't really want to be directly off of a collector road system. So they wanted to be more in a neighborhood. So to effectuate this, we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Coeur d'Alene School District for siting of these elementary and middle school sites. We will be donating one of the school sites to them, and we have an agreement related to a below market rate for the purchase of the second site. We do have a letter of support that the school district has provided for our application. They are actually in meetings tonight and they're not able to make it, and so I'll be reading that into the public testimony tonight. To recap the planning on this, and we've said it before, master plans take time. There are more than 30 years, though, of agency and jurisdictional planning in this area, for this area, followed by 10 years of our own planning and many years of concerted and focused agency and staff member discussions. There have also been a multitude of studies that have been done to support the project. The zoning that we proposed is consistent with and implements the long-range plans of all of the regional agencies and the long-range vision of the city's comprehensive plan. I'm now handing the presentation to Gabe, who will discuss parks and trails, transportation, water, and wastewater.
Thank you, Connie. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Gabe Gallinger. I'm a civil engineer with Kootenai County Land Company. And I'm going to begin tonight by talking about our trails and parks and open space. The inclusion of parks and open space into our master plan was one of the primary takeaways from our public outreach and stakeholder meetings. Our team has met with the City Parks Department multiple times to coordinate the size, location, and most recently, the timing of the dedication of the public parks within this community. The results of these meetings have turned out to be a 5.4 acre park in the northern portion of the site. This park will be dedicated with the 81st developed acre of the project, and that's in the development agreement. The second park is a 12.3 acre community park located in the southern portion of the project. This park will be dedicated to the city with the 199th gross acre. That provides a total of about 18 acres of public park area. And then in addition to the public parks, we're proposing to install a significant amount of open space that will be owned and maintained by the Homeowners Association. This plan includes a green belt that runs north-south through the project. It will connect both proposed school sites, both proposed parks with a meandering pathway off the street, providing a really safe route for the users to traverse through this project. There's also smaller private parks that will be located throughout the project, promoting high utilization due to the convenience and proximity to the homes. We envision these parks will be designed and constructed to provide a wide variety of both active and passive uses, tailored to the individual needs of the neighborhoods. And then through our research, we've discovered that trails are the #1 identified amenity for master plan communities. Trails have been a cornerstone of our planning efforts on this project since the beginning, and that's reflected in our master plan. Regionally, we're really fortunate to have great trail systems, and that includes the Prairie Trail to the north of this project, and we have the Centennial Trail just to the south. We want this project to not only provide connections and pathways to those regional trail systems, we want to create a local trail network as well. With that, we're proposing over 4 miles of new trails just within this project that do connect out and provide pathways to the regional trail systems. Those on-site paths include, and these are also required in the development agreement, we have a perimeter trail system that we're proposing that goes around the entire project. Also, we have a north-south trail system that I spoke about in the common area that is adjacent to the north-south collector street. And then we have several east-west trail systems that will bypass or connect through the property to provide just a tremendous amount of trail access and usability through this project. And in all, the park's open space trail systems are consistent with or exceed the requirements in the city's park master plan. Moving on to transportation. First, I'd like to thank Allie for her regional transportation model and all of the information she provided on a regional basis. I'm going to focus a little bit more on our local streets provided and in and around this project. First, the primary access to this project is proposed to be from the two adjacent arterial streets. That is Hutter Road on the west, Hanley Avenue on the north. Potential secondary access points do include 4 existing substreets on the east side of the project and 3 existing substreets on the south side of the project. You know, the requirement for the physical connection of those streets will be determined at the time of PUD or subdivision application, and I think the decisions will be based on coordination with city requirements, emergency access needs, in consultation with the traffic studies prepared for those individual subdivisions and PUD applications. You know, our team has also met with both the fire department and the police department to discuss the streets in this master plan. The coordination resulted in modifications to the plan to reduce long straight corridors that will discourage speeding, but provide intersection spacing and sizing to accommodate large emergency vehicles, which is, you know, really extremely important to this project. And
Brad, are we about done? Okay.
Ultimately, we're providing a new north-south collector. Allie alluded to that. It was in her model. It provides relief from local traffic and it directs them out to the adjacent arterials. We also have an east-west collector through the project that is going to provide a connection for traffic, you know, regional traffic and local traffic. I'll try to speed through this. So we did meet with the neighborhood group. We've met with them several times at our public meeting, and then we had some of them into our office since the Planning Commission meeting. And we talked about connectivity, and we've heard their concerns, and we understand their concerns. And, you know, I think at the time of subdivision application and development, there are things that we can do to help mitigate that. And they are discouraged cut-through traffic by breaking up long straight connections between the two projects. You know, as Allie alluded to, traffic follows the path of least resistance. So if we create some resistance through those connections, that can reduce traffic levels and cut through traffic. We can also prioritize routes that go to our collectors out to the adjacent arterials. Path of least resistance, that's the way people will want to go. And we'll work with the city and emergency services to minimize the number of streets that we have to connect to, you know, at that time when we're proposing subdivisions that are adjacent to those street connections and those stubs. And we'll also complete a traffic study for each major phase of the project, followed up with concurrency analysis for each subdivision application or every 2 years, just to make sure that we are up with the current traffic needs and patterns and things as they arise. So, as discussed also, one of the most important considerations in an annexation is to determine if the site can be adequately served with public utilities. This site being no different. You know, we have existing water lines adjacent to 3 sides of this property, on the north, the south, and the east. We have existing improvements on the property, including a water tower in the northeast corner. We have a 24-inch transmission main running along the eastern boundary down toward Nez Perce Road. And we, you know, in meetings with the city, we've identified a new well location right at the south end of that 24-inch transmission main by Nez Perce Road, and have agreed to dedicate that property to the city to develop a new well that, as Terry spoke to, will provide capacity About half of the capacity from that new well serves this community at a very high and conservative value, and the other half can go to add capacity to the northern portion of the city. And then as it's stated in the staff report, the water department does have the capacity and willingness to serve the plan development. Similar to water, wastewater is also an important component of an annexation analysis. Tonight, you're familiar with that. You just approved your wastewater master plan, so it's kind of front and center. Similar to that, we asked JUB engineers to complete a comprehensive wastewater study for our project, and they looked at the collection, transport of all the sewer from our master plan through the existing system down to the treatment plant. Based on the results of that study, we are proposing to connect to the existing system in 3 locations. One on the north, Hawksness Lift Station, one in the southeast corner at Appaloosa, and one in the center portion of the site in Laurel Road. Those are all existing sewer stubs to this property. And then from these 3 connections, we can serve the entire site, the proposed annexation, with gravity sewer. That means we don't need to add any more lift stations to this property to serve sewer. And the study did identify 5 potential projects. They've been touched on briefly today as well. That are off-site and capacity will need to be increased to accommodate the total build-out of these projects. The detail of these individual projects, including scope, timing, and funding, have been coordinated with the wastewater department and are included in the draft development agreement that's in your packet. Again, staff report states that the city's wastewater utility presently has the wastewater system capacity and willingness to serve the request as proposed. And so at this time, I'll turn it back over to Brad for the conclusion of our presentation.
Thanks, buddy. There we go. Again, just a couple more slides and I'll wrap it up and then we'll move to public testimony. This is an important project to the city, to the community, I think to everybody involved. So we're trying to put some effort into it to address all those comments. 2 more slides, standards of approval. Your city planner, Sean's done an excellent job that when you look at annexation, Idaho code provides some guidance on what standards, there's some findings. And again, reminder, and in closing, this is not a subdivision or PUD application. This is an annexation and zoning request. We've submitted a very detailed and strong application. We've completed stakeholder interviews and open houses. Your own planning commission has unanimously recommended approval. We agree with the staff report, the terms of the annexation agreement. The zoning conforms to your past and your current comprehensive plans. The site's been in your area city impact for 30 years. The city staff has indicated that they have the capacity and willingness to serve the project because your prior city council, your prior planning commission, your prior staff and your current staff have planned for this project, this property for 30 years. The site is adjacent to existing development to the north, the east, and to the south. There's 7 stub streets in this property. When Indian Meadows or Northshire, when they were annexed and developed, this property was an extension of those properties. Again, 7 stub streets. This is the start of a master plan community that's 20 to 30 year build out, all phases. We have been working extensively with the Panhandle Area Housing Alliance, PAHA, and other agencies to provide 5% of workforce housing within the project. We're excited to do that, excited to work with that agency. Reminder, we have a housing issue here in our community. This will provide opportunities and inventory in our community. It's inventory for our families, our grandchildren, our nurses, our firemen, our teachers. This is an opportunity. We have support letters from the Coeur d'Alene, the Post Falls, the Rathdrum Chamber of Commerce, the Coeur d'Alene Area Economic Development Corporation, Jobs Plus, PAHA, the Coeur d'Alene School District, business owners, and individuals. Most of that support is geared toward workforce housing and this project and the opportunity. With that said, we respectfully request unanimous approval of the annexation and zoning. With that, we'd stand for questions and comments that we can bring up the appropriate expert to.
Before we do anything else, and I ask your forbearance, I can't hold it any longer, and some of the rest of us can't. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Jim?
back in session. We're missing Dan. Well, we got one Dan.
Right?
Normally, we would then ask questions of the proponent, but what we're going to do is we're going to move right ahead to the folks wishing to share some testimony. Before we begin that, I want to share a couple of thoughts. One is, many of you have come before this board at previous meetings in December and January, sharing your thoughts and concerns, and you have been very civil and respectful, and for that, I want to compliment you and thank you for doing that. We all really appreciate that. I do have a request of you. If information has been provided to the council, I would ask that you not come up and repeat that information. It really doesn't serve anybody's interest to do that. And thirdly, make sure, don't touch the microphone or alarms will go off. But get right, speak well, speak loud so that that microphone will pick it up, please. Now, there was an opportunity here to sign up, and those people were signed up early, so we're going to start with those people. Donnie Gardner is the first one, and to keep things moving, I'm going to say who the next person is signed up, so that person can be up at one side or the other to keep things moving. And the next person is Tom Baru. Welcome.
Thank you. I live in Indian Meadows, and
please state your name for the record.
My name is Donnie Gardner, and I appreciate you council members, and especially Council Member Gookin, to point out the potential of 10,000 cars that will be coming out of this project. Our neighborhood does not have sidewalks, and we use the streets. I brought with me my wife's equestrian riding helmet that she wears, and the main reason that she wears this is to protect from branches that are low. The horse doesn't realize that it has a rider that's higher than it is, so it feels free to go onto those, and she's been hit a number of times. That's kind of minor, considering the great impact that is presented here tonight that we'll have in our community. My main concern is the traffic studies are incomplete. Every time they go and they start a new area, they'd like to have a traffic study then. I don't think it's good enough. I believe that we need to get more traffic information prior to this being approved.
Thank you. I also forgot to share with you that there was a timer over here for the 3 minutes, and so you will hear that beep when your 3 minutes are up. Next, after Tom, is Ronald McGee.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Tom Baruby, and I'd like to propose we change the city name to New Los Angeles. Why? Because Courtney County Land Development is following the California playbook, chapter and verse. Chapter 1, make promises you know you won't keep. Quoting section B11, that the proposal will not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic and neighborhood character. Chapter 2, dangle shiny things in front of the city council, parks, schools, trails, who could be against those? Chapter 3, confirm that you're relying all along. Admit that the project will require digging up our streets for years to install sewer pipes and other utilities. Admit that thousands of cars will need to drive on our quiet streets, making homeowners' driveways useless and dangerous to back out of. Continue with the misleading statements and promises. State that the project will take 20 to 30 years. If you do the math, how old will you be in 20 to 30 years? How old will they be? You think they're gonna wait 30 years for their return on their investment? I don't think so. But luckily, we have a Coeur d'Alene playbook, and it goes like this. Chapter 1, inform, communicate the real impact. Chapter 2, unite, use social media, go door to door to focus our efforts. Chapter 3, educate, teach each other our options for fighting back. Chapter 4, lawyer up, and not any class action lawsuit. We will file individually and sequentially for injunction after injunction. Chapter 5, investigate. There are some conflicts of interest that prevent council members from saying no to these developers and the unchecked growth that's going on. Chapter 6, if you can't beat them, join them. 3 of the council seats are up for election this year. Think of the voting potential of Indian Meadows and Queen Anne's estates, along with other like-minded citizens that are tired of this out-of-control growth in the city. Now, we can either follow our playbooks, or the city can ensure that the Kootenai County Land Company sticks to the original proposal and passes a resolution tonight that Appaloosa, Arrowhead, and Nez Perce roads will end where they currently do and will not connect in any way, shape, or form to Coeur or any other development. And just as importantly, that any infrastructure needs will be routed around Indian Meadows and Queen Anne's neighborhoods. In closing, I'd like to say, please don't destroy our neighborhood so they can build theirs. Thank you.
Next is Ronald. This is not appropriate place to do applause, please. And after Ronald is Bridget Sundahl. Good evening, sir.
My name is Ron McGee. I live at 7253 Big Sky Drive in Post Falls. I thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we can all get along tonight. Unfortunately, the planning commissioners have put off addressing any public comments in the studies that I believe they're required to address by state code before the annexation zoning is approved. And I'm referring to 67-65-19-3. I'll let you look that up and give you an opinion on it. I know you're aware the comprehensive plan is a vision to consider and not something you follow if it violates the rights of others without just compensation as required by state and federal law. The urban neighborhood, compact neighborhood, and mixed-use land types show C17, R17 zoning density with multifamily units that are not compatible and will severely affect the amount of traffic, the property values, and the safety of thousands of residents on both sides of Hutter. Indian Meadows is not alone. The Planning Commission appears to be very concerned when they talked about traffic. And they questioned the fact that the land use map and zoning did not agree with what they were proposing. But again, they put off addressing this until the PUD stage. Their response to item B11 is more than disingenuous. I request you consider addressing the following before approving any zoning. 1, final location of both schools sites are approved so egress and ingress can be collected and the collectors can be planned before the project is started. 2, the number of new workforce housing in this project that is created needs to be addressed. It appears they are creating more than they're addressing. The maximum allowable number of each type of units be addressed and the maximum height of each type be agreed on. The increased traffic and improvement on adjacent roads be studied and addressed by the commissioners as required. C17 zoning allows up to 8 stories in all 13 land types. Currently, no existing buildings are over 2.5 stories in R8 zoning. A lower CC or NC zoning should be addressed. R17 zoning allows 3.5 stories, and the proposed amount would give 3,200 units above the R8 allowable 1,870 units. The applicant said they only need 300 multifamily. If this is true, the amount of R17 should be reduced 90%. My neighbors and I have too many concerns to address about the zoning and the development agreement in 3 minutes. I respectfully request the planning department set up a public workshop with the applicant to and the public to discuss these concerns before approving the zoning. Thank you very much.
Joe?
And I would add, the builder is a good builder. It's just, it's the wrong place.
Bridget Sundahl, and then next is Roger Ruddick. Welcome.
Thank you, council members and mayor, for your tireless efforts for our community. My name is Bridget Sundahl. I've lived at 3810 Broken Arrow for 15 years, where we have raised our family. It doesn't matter how long you've lived in Coeur d'Alene, all residents are fiercely proud of the lakes, mountains, and forests in our region. We treasure the quiet places that draw in and shelter the hummingbirds, the hawks, and the quail. Indian Meadows is this type of treasure, with lush, mature gardens and towering trees. During all seasons, families with scooters and prams stroll, bike, snowshoe, and ski among the magnificent pines. They greet the goats and the horses, always hoping to catch a glimpse of the moose and her yearling. Dissecting Indian Meadows with multiple convenient cut-throughs would be a loss for all the people who live here. It would also take its toll on the delicate ecosystem within our neighborhood. There are families of rabbits, raccoons, bobcats, and honeybees that pollinate the flowers. Removing trees that have taken root over decades will have a cascading effect on the animals in our ecosystem. This region of the country sustains itself on tourism, and upending the biodiversity found in the corners of this city would wildly impact the biodiversity found within Coeur d'Alene as a whole. Based on the comprehensive plan, preserving existing neighborhoods is the responsibility of the city. Ideal communities are designed to limit access. Did the Planning Commission look at the modest houses built a generation ago and dismiss their value? It's telling that the developer's plans have already renamed Nez Perce as Mullen, as if already trying to erase the past life of that tree-filled street. There are other good choices for access. Hanley's ready with streetlights and bike paths. Industrial Lane would be able to do it. Atlas Road is already buckling from the strain of our growing town. Why direct commuters to that bottleneck? The greatest loss would be dealt to our future neighbors. Let them enjoy what we have. Let them enjoy the wild places of Coeur d'Alene. I urge the City Council to deny or table the annexation until the details of this plan are more well-known. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roger? And after Roger is Lorelei.
Yes, my name is Roger Ruddick. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am a layman, and to the best of my understanding, my statements are true and accurate. According to the Kootenai County land annexation request, on page 3, it states that Coeur neighborhood connects nicely with the existing adjacent neighborhoods. Nicely is a very subjective term, and what one person considers nice, another person might consider awkward, and it would depend on where that first person lived, I think, as to how they would assess that. The very following paragraph on that same page states that the Coeur concept allows the new and existing neighborhoods to meld together. The existing neighborhood is R1, speaking of the Indian Meadows neighborhood. The proposal places R8 immediately adjacent to that, with R17 zoning within a mere 3 blocks of that. According to Webster's dictionary, to meld is to blend. And I think that rather than blend, the neighborhoods will stand in stark contrast to each other. According to the map on page 49 of the 2022-2042 comprehensive plan, the R1 single-family neighborhoods will immediately abut that what is termed compact R8 housing, with the R17 termed as urban neighborhood only 3 blocks away. I see that the Coeur development calls for 2 public school facilities, and as I read the state code, it seems that approval process requires all affected agencies to be involved in that traffic study to address how they, make sure that the roads satisfactorily accommodate the proposed school project. My reading of the law says that every agency with jurisdiction has to be involved in that. I don't see that in the study or that in the request for annexation. So I respectfully ask that you consider my request along with my neighbors. I request that the high-density compact and urban neighborhoods be reduced to that single-family R1 and R4 zoning, that we reevaluate the overall vision for Coeur d'Alene from compact, urban to single-family to preserve the charm of this city. And I'm running out of time here. I just want to say my last request then would be that you please table this decision till you gather all the information that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorelei, and then next is Don Weber. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Lorelei Reddick. Excuse me, I also live in Indian Meadows. And my concern, of course, is the annexation and the zoning density of proposed Coeur. We talk about the comprehensive plan. The prior plan listed the characteristics of the Atlas and Prairie neighborhoods. And the very first bullet point reads, the overall density may approach 4 to 5 units per acre. And it goes on that there may be some higher density. So that wording indicates that the planners thought that that would be a lot of houses when they talk about may approach that, considering that it's surrounded by R1, R2, and R3 properties. What has been laid out here for us tonight far exceeds that. I even heard, I think the senior planner, Sean Holmes, kind of just referenced like R34. I don't know in what respect, and it was kind of like Olay, much like down at the riverfront when they wanted to change the zoning there. And so I don't know that I trust that this zoning is going to stay low, even though they're saying, oh, it's down below what it could be, but we're not going to do that. As has been stated in the past, allowing developers to cram as much as they can into as little as they can is akin to them winning one of Wonka's golden tickets. And so who does that really serve? The city council is not here to serve the interests and desires of the builders, but to all of the citizens, past and present, of our city. So I'm just asking you, the city council, to at the very least delay this annexation. There's no reason to rush. It's been stated, master plans take time. Just lower the density of the zoning. Hold on to this card so you can negotiate a less dense, more creative housing development. We've got one chance to do it right, so let's do it.
Thank you. Don Weber, and then next is Madeline Knutson. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Don Weber. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for letting me address you tonight. As a lot of people here, I live in the heritage neighborhood of Indian Meadows. And after several presentations tonight and many other times, there still remain many unanswered questions. We ask that you table your decision on the annexation and the development agreement until these and other questions can be answered. An incomplete traffic study presented by the developer begs additional questions. Number one, what are the existing traffic counts on our local neighborhood streets right in front of our houses? And what are the projected traffic counts once the development is completed? Number two, what are the anticipated increase in vehicle speeding violations, in traffic accidents, and most importantly, in pedestrian injuries due to the increased traffic count on our local neighborhood streets? Number three, what are the anticipated increases in our neighborhood traffic due to the inclusion of 2 schools and large commercial areas in the planned development? Neither one of those has been addressed yet. Number four, what is the rationale that allows for our local streets to be connected to such a high-density project, especially since our streets were originally built in the 70s? The intent was not to connect was to connect to a low-density development, R1, R4, not R17. Number 5, please provide a compelling reason for punching through our local neighborhood streets into the development, especially when there are 8 to 10 additional points of ingress on the developer's concept plan and police, fire, and originally in their offices, the developer stated that they did not need to go through our neighborhoods to access the development. Please table your decision on this agreement until these important questions are answered. How is it possible to determine the impact to our neighborhood without these answers? Number 6, no objective reason or examples have been shown as to the vague statement that a 5,000-unit R17 development is, quote, compatible with our adjacent R1, R3 neighborhoods. More work needs to be done here. Number 7, please explain why our heritage neighborhood is not worthy of being protected as stated in your comprehensive plan. Number 8, no community meetings have been held to allow the stakeholders adjacent to the project to have questions answered directly by staff and the developer. Only one-sided presentations have been made. Please table your decision on the agreement until at least 2 community meetings are held for the benefit of those most affected by this proposed development. By not involving your real community stakeholders, you create an adversarial relationship. The best decisions are made with and not for. Don't push our concerns down the road. Don't make us follow your PUD processes over the next 20 years so that we can come to the exact meeting we need to come to protest then. Put this in the development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline? After Madeline is Mike Fitzsimmons.
First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for allowing us to speak. I'd also like to thank the police and fire department for giving us a very realistic idea of what they think our connector streets need to look like. And I would also like to thank the developers and their team because I was a part of one of those meetings that they mentioned, and they have put a lot of work into this. I would like to address a couple things my neighbors haven't quite brought up yet. It has been
Can you
said
state your
several-
name first, please?
My name is Madeline Knutson, and I live on Appaloosa. It has been said several times that the developer and planning commission will reevaluate various aspects of the proposed construction as each new phase of the plan is ready in order to determine current needs and whether it still works for the area. When we have objected to the use of our neighborhood streets as access points to Coeur, we have been told that our streets were always meant to connect to whatever neighborhoods come later. So we have a little bit of a difficulty trusting that the needs of our community will be considered in the future when the needs of our community today are not being addressed as they are today. I have been kind of heartbroken as I've been talking with some of my neighbors and heard them say that they're glad that they're pretty sure they're going to be dead before they experience most of the fallout that they expect from this decision tonight. I will not be dead. I'm 28, hopefully. And I would just like to share a couple things that my generation holds dear. We've heard several times this development contains workforce housing and affordable housing. I'm not quite sure what that looks like in this instance, but I do know that all of my friends and I, ages 22 to 32, many of whom are hoping to be starting families, even though this is a time of economic and housing market insanity. Not a single one of my friends enjoys living in their rental duplex or apartment or parents' basement. Many of us work for nonprofits, which tend to do a lot of good for not a lot of pay, and all of us would one day like to own a home. Our collective dream is single family with a nice garden and room for chickens. Indian Meadows is kind of it, actually. And I'm blessed to live in my parents' basement at the moment due to COVID. So if we're having to assume that this land is going to be maxed out at whatever it gets zoned for, all of my friends in this town and even my friends in other states, this isn't what they're looking for. If anyone cares to ask what workforce housing we would like, this is not the life we would choose. I just want to urge each of you to vote today to table this until the Planning Commission has better, more timely traffic and access plans firmly in place that will not destroy my neighborhood with unwarranted traffic, and until Coeur has a development plan that is more in line with the dreams of Coeur d'Alene's current citizens, your constituents, as well as future citizens. Considering approval of a development of this size without adequate plans and protections is reckless and irresponsible in my belief. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mike Fitzsimmons, and then Rhonda Bowling. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council members, to allow us the opportunity to speak to this particular issue. In keeping with what the mayor had requested, I'm not going to try to repeat any of the things that have already been said, but it occurred to me as I was listening to this entire presentation, and I've been here since 3:30.
Could you state your name for the record,
Oh,
please?
Mike Fitzsimmons, and I live at 3606 Broken Arrow Road in Coeur d'Alene. It occurs to me that a camel is a horse put together by a committee. And there are so many 800-pound gorillas that we couldn't fill this room with it. Oh, there'd be too many. There's just so many things that are not being stated with respect to this process. I watched the process very carefully for a long, long time. And I believe that the approval of the annexation and the agreement with Coeur is premature at this time. It's just not ready for prime time. There's simply too many defects, loose ends, and even some serious injustices to be settled before this project can really move forward equitably. The applicant claims that the Coeur plan is supported by current and past comprehensive plans. It is not. The 2007 to 2027 plan, it wouldn't even be possible to propose this. Wouldn't be possible at all. Let me quote from that plan, Objective 3.06 on the 727 plan, comprehensive plan titled Neighborhoods, that density populated developments would not be approved, that the objective promised, and I quote, to protect and preserve existing neighborhoods from incompatible land uses and developments. Are we doing that? Now we have a new comprehensive plan that pretty much loosened that language to a certain extent. I'm suspicious as to how that happened, because the philosophy that was to last until 2007, which by the way has not yet elapsed, suddenly took a turn, a pivot, just about the same time all this conversation began. Adjacent neighborhoods to the applicant's proposed development, as you've heard, just not the same. Just not the same. Not in character, not in density. They will be burdened by high traffic volumes that will accompany the Coeur development and that will destroy their quality of life. That they've spoken to already, but they'll also depress their property values. Right? I'm old enough to be making plans to depart, all right? But I want my children to have something of value when I leave. And I'm terribly concerned that if we're going to incrementally every couple of years threaten my property values and threaten my opportunity to provide a legacy, that's just not fair. It's just not fair. So I urge you, table this, and consider one other adage. Don't step in the boat until you know it can handle your weight. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Rhonda Bowling, and then Mike Bullard.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rhonda Bowling, and I live on Appaloosa Road in Indian Meadows. Basically, my neighbors have said everything in my letter already, so I won't repeat what's been said. But Indian Meadows is a beautiful, older neighborhood that was developed in the 1970s. The 2007-2027 Comprehensive Plan supports the fact that Appaloosa Road, Arrowhead, and Nez Perce roads were never intended to connect to such a high-density development like Coeur. Also, in the 2027 plan, Is the goal 3.5 to protect and preserve existing neighborhoods from incompatible land uses and development? So I think we're straying from that. The annexation will allow the city and the developer to use our streets to access this huge development, starting with cutting down our trees, tearing up Appaloosa Road for sewer and utilities, widening our streets and adding sidewalks and traffic lights. We can then look forward to the construction vehicles and then eventually the thousands of people driving through our once safe and peaceful neighborhood. So I'm here tonight to ask you to deny or table your decision on this annexation and zoning request for Coeur development. Revisions to the ingress and egress need to be made now, not in the PUD stage. We should not have to continue to defend our neighborhood, streets, and properties with every stage of this development for years to come. Kootenai Land Company, Fire and Police have expressed to us that they do not need to use our streets as access to Coeur, that they're not necessary. Further impact studies in full need to be done before the annexation and development plans of Coeur can be fully supported. Actual traffic studies in full need to be done on our neighborhood streets and Atlas Road. The negative impacts would be undeniable. Additional reasons to deny or table your decision is that this plan does not comply with several Idaho state codes that are in place to protect our property rights. Two of them being Code 67-6508. The plan adversely impacts property values and the surrounding neighborhoods. The traffic and neighborhood character would be adversely changed by zoning and land uses that do not conform with existing adjacent lands. Code 67-6502, the plan creates an undue concentration of population and overcrowding of land. You guys can do the right thing tonight just by at least tabling your decision and giving the council and planning time to workshop and discuss our concerns before irreversible damage has been done. There are many other key factors as to why this annexation and zoning request should be denied. Many of our neighbors have been sending them in for your review. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, after Mike, is Stuart Bryan. Welcome, Mike.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council folks. I'm Mike Bullard. I live in Indian Meadows, and I ask you not to pass this tonight. I speak in favor of tabling it or putting it off until it's complete. To me, that's the conservative way to do things, to make it complete before you jump ahead. The study, there are some things I like about it, but the study speaks of taking Hanley Road to the west and does not mention going from Atlas to the east, where most people aren't going to want to wind around through those neighborhoods by the high school. They're going to turn and go down to Kathleen. At Kathleen, nearly everyone turns because Kathleen goes on one direction into a winding neighborhood. Going south from there are, I think, 6 streets going off of Atlas to the west and five or so going to the east. Not one of them crosses. So everyone on Atlas turns right or left, one way or the other. Every single car, take that Mr. Gukin counted up 10,000, turning right and left to get to the main part of the city, which is to the southeast of the development. It may be that one additional lane would help Atlas now, but I doubt that it's going to help with all that many intersections. The real problem, the elephant in the room, is at the south end where it connects with Celtice. Already full 24/7, and now a whole new city is being built south of Celtice, and that's all going to access through one point at Atlas Road. People coming north and south, people coming from the development by some other are going into the city. You're going to have to one day enlarge Celtice, add lanes to Celtice. You're going to have to one day change that intersection entirely. Probably one day deal with more access to the interstate. Those are the big picture. The big picture is what you should deal with now, because when you get into going neighborhood by neighborhood with approving subdivisions, it's going to be impossible then to deal with the big picture, which is how to get traffic moving safely to connect with the rest of the city. I think the proposal is just immature, and I ask you to table it, get it finished, and get it done right.
Thank you. Stuart Bryan. Okay. Next is Deborah Wilson. And after Deborah is Aaron Bowling. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Deborah Wilson, and surprisingly, I live in Indian Meadows with my husband and our 6 children. I am just going to flat out ask you to vote no for the annexation. Don't table it. We've heard enough. Just flat out vote no tonight. If the 440 acres being discussed tonight become residential and high-density residential zoning, allowing Kootenai County Land Company to move forward with their current Coeur plans, surrounding neighborhoods will be devastated. Okay, they will be devastated, and you've heard multiple reasons why. As you know, Indian Meadows is unique. It is a neighborhood with a special and diverse identity. There is not another neighborhood in Coeur d'Alene like it. People have thrown around Coeur d'Alene Place and other neighborhoods. That's not the same as Indian Meadows. We Indian Meadows residents understand that growth is inevitable. We understand the plea for more housing. However, Kootenai County Land Company and future residents of Coeur will not bear the burden of this project. Nothing presented tonight alleviates that concern. In fact, the presentations have increased concerns to the tune of 10,000 more vehicles. There's still no answer for the traffic issue. It appears the answer is, we'll figure it out as we go along. The Coeur developers are asking Coeur d'Alene residents who already have established homes and community to make the sacrifice for this project. It's us who will be forced to bear the burden of Coeur. With the current plan, individuals purchasing or renting in Coeur get all the benefits, the developers make their profit, Coeur d'Alene City gets their taxes, but those of us in Indian Meadows and Northshire and the other neighborhoods will pay, both economically and with our quality of life. The annexation required for the Coeur development will lead to our neighborhood being cut in half, make it a place of heavy traffic, and devastate our property values. In short, it will erase the Indian Meadows neighborhood. If you vote for the annexation, you're voting against Coeur d'Alene citizens you store to serve. City Council, please vote against the annexation until Kootenai County Land Company can provide plans for Coeur that are not detrimental to existing neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Aaron Bowling. Catherine Hall.
Hello, City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Catherine Hall, and I also live in Indian Meadows. I don't have as much written out as my neighbors do, but I would ask that you do care about the community, the Indian Meadows community. I want to ask the builders and the planners, do you care about our community? Do you care about the people that live in the neighborhood? I hear you raised your kids here. I hear that you are invested here. I raise my kids here, and I don't want this to happen. I don't want you to come through my community because I want my kids to ride their bikes safely up and down the street. I don't think it should be that hard to ask for. I want to protect my neighbors' kids, and I want to protect my kids. Please listen to these stakeholders because we live here, we vote here, we work here. Between taking homes on Hanley, needing to take property in order to enlarge Atlas, and blowing through Indian Meadows, how much are you taking from us, the real stakeholders, individuals, and families, for people who do not yet have an investment here or do not even live here yet? Please, let's think about the social and other impacts Coeur will have. You say this plan is approved by firefighters. My husband and I, we are firefighters and paramedics, and we do not approve this plan. I know as a fact that firefighters do not like to drive through residential neighborhoods to get to a scene. We like to take main arterials as much as possible. So please deny or table this annexation. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. I feel like it's build now, and then let's kick the can for infrastructure down the road. I don't think that that is a very good idea. I don't think that that is very sustainable. Please, set the precedent for proper building in our community. Please set the precedent of caring for the stakeholders that live here, that work here, that raise our families here. Again, please table or deny this annexation to protect our neighborhoods, our families, people that are really invested, because I don't feel like I didn't get interviewed. I don't know how many of my other neighbors got interviewed who live here. So please take us into consideration, and thank you guys so much for your time. I know it's a long one.
Thank you. Hannah Anderson has signed up, is in favor, and does not wish to speak. Tracy Ortiz is in favor and does not wish to speak. Connie Kruger for Jeff Voller does wish to speak.
Ordinarily, I don't speak twice I'm in a meeting, but Coeur d'Alene School
your name,
District.
please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie Kruger, and my address is 1859 North Lakewood Drive, Suite 102, Coeur d'Alene. Jeff Fuller, who is the Director of Operations for Coeur d'Alene Public Schools, wrote a letter of support because he could not be here tonight. He actually is in a meeting, and so he has authorized us to go ahead and read that into the record tonight. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm standing in for him. Dear council members, I am unable to attend the hearing due to conflicting meetings and wanted to write on behalf of the Coeur d'Alene School District to express our full support in your consideration of this annexation. Kootenai County Land Company and partner companies reached out to the Coeur d'Alene School District early in the process to discuss the needs of the school district as it relates to the future of this proposed area. We've had many meetings over the past several years to discuss needs and school site locations to serve both this potential development and the needs of the community as a whole. The preliminary plans within the development show great connectivity to the school sites and include multiple walking options and access to the Prairie Trail. We are pleased to be invited to the table from the beginning and commend this company for their foresight and engagement with the school district. They have been receptive to the needs and concerns of the school district and have made adjustments in their planning process to reflect and address our suggestions. Through our conversations, an MOU has been negotiated and put in place for a dedicated 10-acre parcel for a future elementary school and the purchase of a 20-acre site for a middle school. These locations are critical to the future of the Coeur d'Alene School District to accommodate growth and expansion and the needs of our community. We appreciate that the City of Coeur d'Alene Planning Department worked with the school district to include language regarding the school sites and full recognition of the MOU in the development agreement under consideration. As such, the Coeur d'Alene School District stands in support of this development agreement as presented and for the annexation of these parcels. Respectfully, Jeff Voller, Director of Operations.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I have a question for Ms. Kruger.
Pardon?
I have a question. Ms. Kruger. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for reading that. I have a copy of the MOU here. And in the MOU, item 2B says that part of the exception of the MOU is that they will write a letter of support of the project. Would you call that really honest?
Well, I mean, there was a long, long discussion. They are in support of the project. This annexation actually meets their needs to be able to go forward and develop school sites with full utilities, with the property incorporated into the city. So I would imagine that, yes, they have written this letter of support, really, truly, meaning that they're in support of the annexation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Gregory is in favor and does not wish to testify. Carrie Bertrand is in favor, does not wish to testify. Alex Sinkowski. Okay. Timothy Neal. Are you Timothy?
Yes. I wasn't going to speak.
Pardon?
Yes, but I wasn't going to speak.
He's not speaking.
My name's Alex Sinkowski.
Oh, the first.
You got the name right. Yeah, I live a couple thousand feet from the proposed development, and really like my neighborhood, for sure. And, you know, one thing I hear a lot of times when we talk in, you know, small circles or big groups is just the traffic. The traffic, you know, it's kind of like the weather. Thanks for giving us a, you know, topic for the traffic, not you personally, but, you know, I think that's one of the biggest concerns we have. And the road study didn't really agree with me. It felt kind of like saying putting in the more roads will make it better. You know, it kind of reminded me of when I was first told about daylight savings, how it saves daylight. You know, another thing is I'm a realist and I like to be real. So if somebody wants to make a buck, it's fine. Like I know people that live in another part of a duplex because they, you know, they'll put up with the grief because they like it, you know, because they're making money, right? So, but just saying you're a local, so it's okay because we're all locals, you know, it affects us different. So anyone that's a local that, you know, benefits versus one that doesn't, maybe that's not the best argument. I think the real solution that a lot of locals feel is people have been here a long time. They kind of want respect. We don't like to demand that from the other guy, but it's kind of like love your neighbor, you know, and we want to treat each other well, you know, bless those that don't do well to us, you know. We want to have that golden rule aspect. And I wonder if that's something that we should just take into consideration, you know, are we laying our lives down for our fellow human? You know, are we really caring, you know, for the other people, and how do we express that? I always kind of joke the solution would be to create multiple lanes, and you have one lane for the visitors, and one for the 5-year people, and one for the 10-year people, and then the 20, and, you know, and so on. And maybe the violators could pay the bill for, you know, development of the other roads. But anyway, I think that would be a good thing to keep in thought, is just love your neighbor as yourself and care about the other guy. Thanks.
Thank you. Timothy Neal is opposed, does not wish to speak. Russell McLean. And after Russell is Mark Jacoby.
Yeah. Hold on.
Russell?
Oh, one first.
There's one ahead of you.
I am too. Hi, you guys. Russell McLean, 2360 East Hayden View Drive. I'm neutral on this. It doesn't affect me in any
You have
way.
to speak a little louder, Russ.
I'm neutral on this. It doesn't affect me in any way. I did do business today in Post Falls, and we took the front road and we came back the back road, punching through. The lady had a bright idea going through Industrial Park. That was bright. The exploitation of everything is really why I'm here. I like to look out for the kids and the old folks, and that's what we do. I'm seeing the birthright of our kids that we pay to educate, not live here, and this would be a great case study if your brilliant Hillary, Councilman Miller, can do a Airbnb free zone. You know, put it in there where they can't, the investors can't come and just swipe up all 4,500 houses. You know, that's something to think about. But anyway, Nicole and I traveled the world extensively. Kid wore me down a nub. Coeur d'Alene, I think your downtown association puts the finishing touch. It makes this the prettiest city that this world has to offer. And it's got a lot to do with the exploitations of everything. I'd like to see a Airbnb free zone to where people can't exploit that and let them build the properties for the people who need them. And I think Kiki's got tons of information. She's smart as a whip. You could figure it out, you know. But that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Okay, now Mark. And after,
Council? My name is Mark Jacoby. I live on the corner of Greta and Hutter. And if it's okay, I'd like to defer my time to my wife. She wasn't.
Stay up here with me.
Sounds like a wise man.
My name is Maureen Jacoby, and we live together at 7155 East Greta. So we're on the other side of where all these lovely people are speaking. But Kootley Land Company in Coeur has been planning this project, it sounds like they've stated, for many, many, many years. 20 years, that was thrown around. It's been mentioned that their literature that for this project says that they're going to build 4,500 to 500 homes and other structures as well, and that it's well designed to accommodate the needs of the community stakeholders. Am I a stakeholder? Am I considered? I wasn't notified years ago, or the previous owners that lived there weren't notified years ago. This is something that's come up pretty short of time. I had gone to their PR night at the Kroc Center, but that wasn't a public hearing. That was a, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing. Isn't it beautiful with the, like what they showed tonight? It's a beautiful thing. It could be, but 45, a small city. It's a small city that's being put there. Yet, when I drove down Hutter for tonight, for them to say, we're having a public hearing. The sign for this 440-acre piece of property was the size of that laptop, maybe just a little bit bigger, okay? 2 signs to advertise tonight. I'm sure if they were trying to really advertise tonight and bring in the community, partner with us on this project, it's not that you're not allowed to build it. It's not that we don't want you there.
Please address the council.
But I want them to partner. What is the problem with including the community? I think that's why the community is upset. We're driving down the roads, we're seeing big, huge structures be put in, left and right. But this needs to be something that's very thoughtful, well thought out. The roads, the traffic, because we live there. And I don't think they want to build something and have this contentious relationship with the community, and I would hope that you wouldn't want that either. People are getting fed up. People are getting upset about what's happening in our community. And I'm asking you to please table this. Table it so that we can come together and be on the same page and move forward. All 3 of us, the community, Coeur, and the council. And that's what I'm asking for tonight.
thank you.
Thank you.
Karina Gardner is opposed, does not wish to speak. Don Gardner signed up, didn't say whether he wanted to speak or not.
Already did.
Okay. Stephen Robin Palmer are opposed, but I assume they didn't want to speak. They didn't say so. I'm going to assume, and if you didn't expressly say you wanted to testify, I'm going to assume that you didn't, but I'll read your name and what you've shown. Stephen Robin Palmer, opposed. Robert Busan is opposed. Dan Shapletsky does wish to speak. The next person signed up that asked to speak is Sean Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's great to see you again. I had the
pleasure of speaking with you a month or so ago, so it's good to see you again. My name is Dan Chapleski. I also live in Indian Meadows, and so many of my neighbors have already said what I've wanted to say, so I'm not going to repeat that. But one thing I did find online that's not been addressed tonight, I wanted to read directly from material I found online regarding this annexation. This says here that this is in regard to finding B11, that the proposal would or would not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood with regard to traffic, neighborhood character, and existing land uses. So it says here that a traffic study was conducted by CivTech using current Kootenai Metropolitan Planning Organization modeling data. The Streets and Engineering Department has no objective to this annexation request with the following conditions. So these are the conditions that the Streets and Engineering Department has. First, in order to manage increases in traffic, connectivity to existing streets is required without delay throughout the construction of the phased development. So they've talked about kicking the can down the road for, we'll do traffic studies as the subdivisions are figured out and determine if roads need to be brought in. This year, according to the city engineer, says they need to be. So that was number one. And number two, the owner shall commit to constructing 5 road connections to existing streets to the south and east by phases and in a manner that does not allow for this connectivity to be delayed to future phases. So if you're looking to the south and the east of this property and you're looking for 5 ways to get into the neighborhood, what do you think that's going to be? That's Nez Pierce, that's Arrowhead, that's Appaloosa, that's Woodside, and perhaps one more up a little bit further north, Spears. Who knows what that is, but it says they have to build those 5 ways in for it to be approved by the city development. So I would just love to hear about that.
Thank you.
And I do encourage you to table this until we get answers on that, as well as many other things that have been addressed tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Chapleski is opposed. Sean Jackson.
A quick clarification for council. That was the PowerPoint slide that was not updated that Dan Gukin had pointed out. And so there was negotiation between Planning Commission, because that was bullet points for Planning Commission. And the updated information is both in the staff report as well as the updated negotiated agreement.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sean Jackson. I live at 3205 Buckskin Road. It's in Indian Meadows. And I think most of us knew that the proposed site would be developed someday, but we never thought it would be the density that we're looking at. And a neighbor of mine already, several of my neighbors have said what I was going to say. One is the developer calling it, stating that it would connect nicely to the existing neighborhood is a joke, and I don't think it connects nicely to Coeur d'Alene at all. If the traffic from the proposed development passes through Indian Meadow streets, it'll actually be in violation of the Indian Meadow covenants, protective covenants that we had from the neighborhood's inception, which state it is part of the city of Coeur d'Alene, and our old covenants state that the declaration of the covenant is to provide for a comprehensive plan of land use, provide for the essential land uses contemplated by the plan, promote public health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare, and conserve and protect property and property value, secure the most appropriate use of the land, lessen congestion in the streets, safeguard from fire, panic, and other damages, provide adequate light and air. Prevent the overcrowding of land and to avoid undue concentration of population. That's for our neighborhood. from 1972. So it will not promote public health, safety, morals, general welfare for our neighborhood. And this development is not reasonably necessary for the orderly development of a city, which the Idaho State Code states that it shall be. And it does not avoid undue concentration of population and overcrowding of land, as Idaho Code also states. This annexation should be denied or tabled for the prosperity of Coeur d'Alene. The fact that a traffic study has not been done, has not been completed, is good enough reason in itself to table for now. And because a study hasn't been done, I could share my own experiences. The traffic that goes, Coeur d'Alene residents use the golf course to get into town. Now you're talking about several hundred houses, and if this new development turns it into several thousands and from beyond, Post Falls also, everything will be bottlenecked through the golf course, and you'll end up at Ramsey and Appleway, which is already a dysfunctional intersection. And I think maybe the police department should
Face
have
face the mic.
traffic stop there.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks.
Scott Krajek, Eric Gunlock, and Shauna Gunlock oppose.
Hi, my name is Scott Krajak. I'm not going to talk about the connection to Indian Meadows because I feel like that's been addressed enough. To me, the what hasn't been talked about is the other 98% of the project. I think that I look at my wife and I raised two girls here. They were born here. They went to elementary school here, middle school here, high school. They're off at college now. The whole time, we're downtowners. We live downtown. But the whole time raising these two girls, the amount of time we spent in Coeur d'Alene Place was amazing because everybody wanted to live in Coeur d'Alene Place. Everybody with a family. I was either dropping one of my kids off in Coeur d'Alene Place, picking them up in Coeur d'Alene Place, or dropping one off and picking one up at the same time in Coeur d'Alene Place. It's one of those neighborhoods that everybody wants to live in. And if you look at this design and you look at Coeur d'Alene Place, it's amazing to me a lot of the elements and how similar they are. They both have schools. They both have parks. They both have lots of trails. They both have meandering streets with trees on them. They've got some mixed use. They've got a diversity of house styles and prices. And so I think the design of this project is actually good. Obviously, there's some things that still need to be worked out, and the neighbors have brought up a lot of points. But I look at my daughters who are both in college and think one day I want them to be able to move back here. I like the design of this neighborhood. I feel like it would be a good neighborhood for people to live in. And I hope that if things can get worked out with the neighbors to the east, that this project is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, okay.
Shirley Ophel is opposed. Jack Ophel is opposed. Andrew Hall wishes to speak.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name's Andrew Hall. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you again. I had a great time last time, and I look forward to more conversation. We live on Buckskin Road. You heard from my wife in passion earlier. She's very passionate about this project. We live just west of Atlas, and we have two small children, and our neighborhood is very unique. You've heard that ad nauseum. I'm going to try not to repeat too many things, but I would like to take the opportunity to express my concern that we've seen a lot of subjectivity brought tonight that doesn't really pass the sniff test, quite honestly. We feel like this is going to be a problem for future generations of our neighborhood. Myself, my wife, the younger generation of homeowners in our neighborhood. We don't want this project and problem to continue to be our problem. like 20 or 30 years from now, when I think about where I want to be standing on my back deck and enjoying a prosperous city. Now that means good manageable growth, and I'm totally on board with that. But it has to be responsible. This does not seem to follow our neighborhood values. This neighborhood is known as a safe and quiet neighborhood. We have walkers, cyclists, horseback riders, everybody walks on this street. When I say we live in the old Cardarelli house, 60%, 70% of the people know the Cardarellis. It's that neighborhood. That's how tight we are. And we've been lucky to be integrated into that community. And we want to take this opportunity as the next generation of homeowners in Indian Meadows to speak up for our families going forward. We're asking you to make it clear that the roads passing through our neighborhoods not be connected to these planned neighborhoods. You've heard that plenty. I want to reiterate that. Coeur d'Alene will continue to grow, and now is your chance to set the precedent to show other neighborhoods in Coeur d'Alene what responsible and healthy growth looks like, to show that you will maintain their heritage neighborhoods. That's critical. That's what makes Coeur d'Alene so desirable. That's why I live here, not where I work. And we're asking you, please, either deny this or table it at least, so that we can have true community discussion. Because this is not just a simple checkbox on a application. We are the community that should have been discussed with and coordinated with. That's why you have all these people here now. We feel like we've been left out of the process. We're behind the 8 ball, and we're trying to be cooperative. So please, give us a chance to do this right, so we can do it once and not have to fight it. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg and Donna Nearpass are opposed. Aaron Ramsey is opposed. Casey Ramsey is opposed. Bruce Orr is opposed. Andrea Peters is opposed. Joanne Curtis is opposed. Brenda Nearpass is opposed. Yes, you can. I see a dark, but I can't see anybody.
Good evening. I'm Brenda Nearpass. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Many of you, or some of you, know me because I'm an actual native. I was born and raised here, graduated from Coeur d'Alene High School. I moved into Indian Meadows. Sorry, I just ran really fast. I moved into Indian Meadows back in 1987 when my parents bought their house there. 5 years ago, my husband and I bought the house across the street, so we're very close family. I want to give you a little bit different perspective because I'm also a real estate agent. So when this started, a couple years ago, we did have a housing shortage here in this area. It was very impossible for buyers to be able to find a house, and especially if you didn't have cash. My buyers could not find a house in this area, which was very unfortunate because I started selling homes here back in 2006. So I've been through the lows that we had. 2009, we had so many foreclosures and short sales. So, then 2020, we had so many people coming in here trying to buy houses, and there was hardly anything. Builders, they were trying their best. And what builders had done in the past, people could come in, put their deposit down on a house. They were able to choose what they wanted. Well, back in 2020, because there was such demand for housing in our area, the builders, they didn't know what to do, but they started making a list of all these potential buyers. So people were sitting on a list, 150, 250 people waiting for a builder to contact them and say, guess what? You got the golden ticket. You're going to get a house. Well, now we're in a completely different market. They don't have those people sitting on the list. They don't have 150 buyers sitting there waiting to give them their money and to get a house. We don't have that now. We have enough houses. So this whole concept of we need all this mass amount of homes on that land is not the truth anymore. That's not what we need anymore. The lower density is sufficient. Having homes like in Indian Meadows, like how my neighborhood is, that would be sufficient. There are lots of buyers who would love to have an acre with their house and a shop. They would love to have a neighborhood just like Indian Meadows. So I'm asking that you please table this. Don't move forward with this big, ginormous plan that mostly investors would be buying to be able to use as Airbnbs. Thank you.
T.T. Jacobson is in support. Howard, I think it's Lytle. Lancaster is opposed. Patrick Wilson is opposed. Oh, Patrick Wilson wishes to testify. Patrick? And after Patrick would be David Hockendorf. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your extreme patience. I can't believe you guys sit up there and do this all the time. Thank you for listening. I'm also speaking on behalf of my 18-year-old son who would like to testify tonight but has to work. He's a student at NIC and works at Capriati's Sandwich Shop, and he would very much like to live his life in Coeur d'Alene and to buy in our Indian Meadows neighborhood. I live at 4104 West Arrowhead Road, and am, of course, quite concerned with the other Indian Meadows residents. I'm going to try to not to repeat myself, but a couple points I think are unique. I really haven't heard any statistics about traffic impact, so let me give you a cocktail napkin statistic. According to the U.S. Bureau of Transportation statistic, each individual American takes on average 4 trips a day. If we say on the low end, there are going to be 5,000 residents of the Coeur development. How many, math question, how many trips is that? That's 20,000 trips. If only 5% of that come through my little road, Arrowhead, that's 1,000 additional car trips per day down my road. 1,000 additional car trips at the low end of 5,000 people. If it's at the high end, maybe 20,000 people. How many trips is that? That's 8,000 car trips per day on my road. Now, they talked a lot about being local residents, but do you think they'd want to live on a road that got 8,000 extra car trips a day? How about even 1,000 extra car trips a day? How about some testimony from a realtor that's going to tell us what's going to happen to our property values when 8,000 cars are going up and down my road every day? Who's going to compensate me for that? They're going to get rich. Other people have housing, that's fine, but why do I have to bear the cost for that? Why do the existing citizens of Coeur d'Alene have to bear the cost of the loss of our neighborhood, the ability to walk down a quiet street, to have my children ride their bikes safely in the street, to visit with my neighbors in the street, for my neighbors to have horses? This is the only neighborhood in Coeur d'Alene where you can do that, where you can own a horse. What, do you want us all to move to Dalton Gardens? Is that the only place that would protect those sort of rights? Why do we want to turn Coeur d'Alene into Post Falls? You want all the high-density housing? You don't have to drive far. It's a couple exits down, right? There's plenty of high-density housing. Why do we need to do that in a way that destroys current neighborhoods that are beautiful and unique and irreplaceable? What will you do when it's gone? There will be nothing like it. We lived in the country for 10 years before we moved to Coeur d'Alene. As our kids got older, they wanted to have jobs they could get more easily to. They wanted to be more involved with their friends. This was the only neighborhood we looked at. We told our realtor, Indian Meadows or Dalton Gardens, or we're staying in the country. We ask you to vote no. Thank you.
David Hockendorf.
Good
Good evening. My name is David Heckendorf, and I'd just like to say that I agree with and second a lot of the statements that were mentioned prior. So I'll try not to take up too much time, but one thing I would like to say is that the particular concern for me is the high-density zoning that's being proposed, not only in terms of how it's going to impact the surrounding neighborhoods, but also the road infrastructure. I drive a lot of the roads that were mentioned in the presentation that surround that development daily, and traffic is already a problem for me in a commute and at other times during the day. So if we're adding thousands of cars, then that's just going to create more of a hassle and headache, not only for me, but also for a lot of other drivers on that road. And also, the high-density housing has been proposed as a good alternative for first-time home buyers and people who are looking to get into the housing market. But honestly, I think Coeur d'Alene is a fantastic place, but high-density housing is not somewhere where I would look to buy as a first-time home. Like a single-family home in a neighborhood such as Indian Meadows would be my ideal spot. So I'd like to say that, and also as a final note, although it's pretty obvious, I'd like to point out the overwhelming opposition to this proposed development from those in this room. These are the voices of your constituents, the ones who elected you to represent them. And I would ask that you listen to them and either vote no or table this proposal until the questions and concerns raised tonight have been addressed and resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Samuel West is opposed. Kathy Herforth is opposed. Keith Wells is in support. Melissa Dyke is opposed. Rihanna Anchuk is in favor.
Can I talk? Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Please state your name.
My name is Raina Pinchek. I would like to share why I agree with the new development. My family and I actually own a home in the Trails community between Atlas and Hutter, built by Architectura. My experience living in this community has been absolutely amazing, to say the least. I love everything about it, including how responsive our HOA and the builder is with any suggestions, questions, or concerns the local homeowners have. The amenities located close by, the parks, schools, and areas to walk with our kids and our dogs. We have a Facebook group for our community where it allows us, all of us as neighbors, to stay connected, get to know one another, and be involved in everything going on to keep our community clean and safe. Inside the Trails community, we've had an annual barbecue, neighborhood garage sales, local food drives, and other events that allow us all to come together as a community. My family has met some of the closest friends that we have through connecting in the Trails. Architectura has a reputation of not only building quality homes, but also being involved in the communities they've built, as well as our community we live in as a whole. I've been fortunate enough to work with one of the family of companies, Architectura, and have seen firsthand how involved they are in supporting the local homeowners, the community, and giving back through donating to local organizations like the Humane Society and the Ronald McDonald Foundation. Growth is inevitable. I'm excited about the new plans and development, the adaptation to growth, and for our families and other families to have the same type of inclusion in their community as my family gets to enjoy at the Trails. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve and Patty Rattano are opposed. Don Schmidt?
I'm Don Schmidt. Thanks for all of your public service, you guys. I had a lot of stuff on my mind, but it's already been spoke to, pretty much. I did a little research project today where I got out my iPad and counted the houses served by Atlas Road north of Indian Meadows. And there were 2,826 single-family homes on that map. served by Atlas Road. And I don't know if you've been on Atlas Road lately, but it's pretty busy. If there's going to be 4,500 homes, I don't want my street, Arrowhead, to turn into an arterial like that. That street has never been intended to be a collector road. Atlas Road has an elementary school on it too. Arrowhead is not a collector street. Thanks.
Thank you. Schmidt is opposed. Sam Johnson. And then after Sam will be Rob Orth. Well, Rob looks like...
Somebody's coming, I think.
What's that?
Rob, looks like you're up.
I always like to be dramatic in my entrance. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council people. Pleasure to speak with you tonight. So a little disclosure, my name's Rob Orth, and I'm the broker of Tomlinson Sotheby's International Realty, and we are the brokerage that represents Architera on their existing projects. So people are going to think, oh my gosh, he's completely for this. He's got a conflict of interest, all those kind of things. I always like to take a look at every individual project and say, okay, what is this project? What's its impact into the community? Yes, I'm a real estate agent, but I'm also a community member here, and I'm very involved in this community in a variety of ways in both public service, private service, and nonprofits. Melissa Wells asked me, would I be interested in coming to speak to tonight because of my engagement with their company. She had no idea whether I was for or against this. I asked her lots of questions about the project. I've been aware of the project for a number of years because we've been in business together for a while. We don't have a contract to sell homes in this new project in any way, shape, or form. But in looking at the project and my history in dealing with housing developments prior to even moving here, I was in the nonprofit world where I was charged with providing low-income housing throughout the community. And one of the things we found when we looked at developments was what did the column of housing look like within that community to support that community from the bottom to the top. And if the only thing we do is build luxury homes or mobile home parks, what have we done to the community? And so we have a lot of conversation. We've had that conversation here with what does the missing middle look like? And that this project does address what does the missing middle look like for folks that are not looking to live in a luxury home, that don't want to be in a mobile home park, want to start out buying into the housing system, or they're aging down out of where they are now into something smaller. We need all those types of housing, and for a healthy community, we need a lot of different types of housing. This project provides a lot of that. Yes, great points about the transportation issues, how do we go in and out of this location? So to me, if I'm sitting where you are, then the question becomes, if we need more housing, which we do, despite what's been said here tonight, we have a housing shortage. This community is growing at 2% a year or more. We don't have enough of that missing middle housing to provide for the folks we have now. Because our population's grown, they're going to start having children. Those children are going to have children, and they need to live somewhere that is affordable. A community like this is a walking community. They don't have to drive around and go all over the place to get anywhere. So if we take Coeur d'Alene Place and add a whole new aspect to it, this is that community. It's been thought out. It's been vetted. But there may need to be more. But this is a project that would be very important for our community, for the future of this community. Because long after we're all gone, and there's a few younger folks up there, but the rest of us are, I'm 60. If this is a 30-year project, I'll be 90 and I'll be done. But how do we do what was good now for the community now and into the future? So thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Hurley is in favor and wishes to speak.
There he is.
Well, no, I'm not in favor.
Oh, well, sit down.
Well, that's what you checked.
Okay. Changed his mind.
All right.
My name is John Hurley, and thank you for allowing us to have this time. I'm going to go a little different direction, I think, something that I haven't heard that's been discussed. There's a lot of development up in Ramsey and Post Falls, and a lot of development here in Coeur d'Alene. And the one thing that I haven't heard talked about is how is this going to affect our water aquifer? Has there been a study done on how this city, proposed city, is going to affect our water aquifer? For any of the developments that have been going on, our aquifer, you know, it'll get drawn down, just like it did in the San Joaquin Valley in California, where the valley floor subsided in places 2 feet from drawdown. I looked at the plan. I didn't see any ponding basins or recharge catch basins to renew the aquifer, but it's something that needs to be considered, and for any development, not just this one. So I don't see how you can approve this development without knowing what's going to happen to our natural resources like water, because it will run out. It'll only last so long. So I vote against this. I vote to turn it back to alfalfa. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Suzanne Knutson.
Oh, she did.
And then Rob Knutson.
I love my neighbors. Hello, Mayor, City Council
Have I seen you
members.
before?
I know, I've been here, this is my 7th in a row, City Council meeting, so thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to be here. I know, right? I'm catching up. My name is Suzanne Knutson, and I live at 4208 West Appaloosa Road in Coeur d'Alene. I'm also a local. I'm very local. I live 600 feet from the proposed project. And before I go on, I think I can answer. Somebody asked a question early on, so can you pause my moments for a second? Somebody asked about the zoning. Why was Indian Meadows zoned? And I talked to the county planning department, and Amy and Blake were very helpful. They told me that because Sean or somebody put up the Indian Meadows annexation on the agenda page for this meeting tonight. And so I was reading through that, and I found out that county codes did not exist until 1973, but this subdivision was already starting to be built. And I think that the county had to catch up, and I found out that there is no county codes that exist for anything smaller than 2 acres. And Indian Meadows was only 1 acre each. The lots were 1 acre, and that's why they needed to be annexed into the city. So that's what the planning committee, that's what they told me at the county planning department. I hope that helps. And now I only have very short time. But that was for you guys. We knew that when we bought our house in 2017, that property next to us would be developed. But we had faith because of the 2007-2027 comprehensive plan. We had confidence because of what that said. But if this zoning is approved, even if the developer says that they will develop it below the density that is approved, what is stopping the applicant from selling off parcels after the rezoning and someone else coming to build a higher density? How about some R3 or some R5? What would that do? CDA has hired outside consultants to study that short-term rental issue that we have in town right now. But why was the applicant allowed to participate in the development of the new comprehensive plan? Are they going to be allowed to rewrite the current subdivision plan too before they do their subdivisions? I think that might be a conflict of interest. I'm not sure, but I'm just putting it out there. After the Planning Commission meeting in October, I did go to the Kootenai Land Company office. They did meet with us, but it wasn't because they invited us. It was because we reached out to them, and I just wanted to make that clear. The applicant said that stakeholders have been consulted, but none of my neighbors, as you've heard, have been consulted. Who's the bigger stakeholder? We are. None of the proposed ingress and egress go through past Atlas. All of those are going to dump traffic onto Atlas. There's nothing on Atlas for them to go to. There is a new Chevron, big deal, but there's nothing there. They're gonna have to go right down to Celtice or left up to Kathleen. There's nothing that's gonna get them past there. So if these streets go through, the traffic from those 600 acres on the other side that will be developed as well as part of this, this project, is also gonna use our streets. So not just 8,000 trips a day, but more like 18,000 trips a day. So I would like you to table it. I would like you to deny it. We would like more input, but if you wouldn't mind considering industrial loop, that might be an option. The ingress through industrial loop instead, but I do happen to know that there is a piece for sale over there, but it's $4 million. So the applicant's gonna have to shell out $4 million in addition to the $2 million that they're offering you guys, or the city of CDA, not you personally, sorry. Whoops. But there are
If
so many
only.
questions. What?
If only.
I know, right? So sorry. I can make you cookies. But I don't have enough money to come to the table. I have heard, though, that it's mentioned at council before that municipal codes need updating. And I don't think it's in the best interest of the current citizens of Coeur d'Alene to approve this monstrous project without having code revisions done. I have one more question, but it's for the applicant. How much are the HOA fees going to be in there? I'm just curious. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Suzanne. Suzanne? I've been waiting 7 meetings to ask you questions.
Go
Not
for
allowed to do it
Dan.
outside of the hearing. Would you be okay if the development came in and it was zoned R1?
Yeah, that's what the 2007 and 2027 comprehensive plan. Yeah.
And so the access with the street would go through and it would be R1 on the other side, you'd be fine with that?
Yeah, that's what we thought would happen when we bought our place.
Another question, so you have a basement dweller? I do
We
too.
do. She's lovely.
How
We've
do
met
you,
her.
how do you balance, just your opinion, a housing stock that if you have a lot of houses, the prices go down? If we don't have a lot of houses, the price of houses go up. How would you mitigate that?
Well, I think we do have a lot of houses that are vacant right now, but I think they are short-term rental houses. Indian Meadows does not have any of those. We have long-term renters in Indian Meadows. I don't know. I'm not in real estate. I was a homeschool mom and I was a home ec teacher. And I work with nonprofits now. I'm a volunteer. So I don't know how to manage that. I know that a lot of people do want to live here. But I am studying the housing market right now, and I'm not sure that high-density housing is such high density. I think R3, R5 is great. R8 would be the top limit, I would think, because I also have another kid, adult kid, who's not my basement dweller right now, but he's probably going to have to move home because he won't be able to afford anything, anywhere, unless he wants to move to like rural Minnesota. But I don't know. But I'm absolutely interested in sitting down and talking about this. I'd love to join Kiki's group that she has for housing. I work with disabled adults, and housing for disabled adults is impossible to find accessible housing here. And but living in high rises isn't always the answer for them either. They want a place where they can explore outside and have a garden too. And it's not necessarily a community garden. It might be just a space of their own. So thank you.
Rob? And then next is Lori Barker. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you for having me back. I'm Rob Knutson. I live with the woman who just spoke on Appaloosa. I've already shared with you in the past. I've provided written comments, but I heard somebody bring up questions about Indian Meadows, and I think that's an important topic to continue to discuss because it's where a lot of us live and where we have concerns. I did get a copy of, or get a hold of the records that were used when our Indian Meadows was annexed in 1982. And I had a hard time finding a single resident in our neighborhood who was in favor of that annexation. But I liked to
or enjoyed reading through the remarks of the mayor at the time, James Frum, because I think some of the remarks that he made at the time are pretty insightful for what's before you this evening. He said to the city council that this was probably the most important decision that the council at the time would be making during their term in office, and I think that's appropriate here. At the time, that annexation decision was for about 439 acres, or excuse me, 760 acres. Tonight's decision is for 439, not quite the same amount of acreage, but at the time, most of that property had already been developed. This is a completely new development, and as a lot of the concerns have been raised tonight, there hasn't been a lot of, or enough thought put into the downstream consequences of the approval. I'd like to think that tonight's vote is kind of a black or white decision. I ask you to defer that decision or to say no to the annexation. I know that you can't stop development, but we can certainly do a lot better job in managing that development. One of the reasons for the annexation at the time was, as the mayor put it, that he didn't want those Indian Meadows residents, in quotation marks, to be wholesale customers who receive preferential treatment and pay discount rates less than city residents, and that was in regard to water treatment. Can certainly understand that. Another comment that he made before I wrap up, he asked the question, why should the needs of citizens of Coeur d'Alene be placed second to unincorporated interests? And it's a little bit of a twist tonight, but I think that's the way a lot of us feel, as we're already residents of the city. We have a plan that supposedly protects our interests, and we're concerned about not having those interests protected. And to continue the information and the entertainment and the scatological humor that Mr. Gookin opened up with tonight, once the droppings have come out of this goose, we can't put them back. We can at least manage where they go. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Did he say scatological?
Lori Barker.
Scatological. I've never heard that word.
And after Lori is Jack Barker.
Crossword puzzler. Never heard scatological.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Lori Barker, and my husband and I have lived on Moccasin Road in Indian Meadows for 14 years. So we know all the dynamics all around it. No sidewalks, horses, beautiful wildlife. And I'll be brief. I don't want to bore you with everything you've already heard. But I just want to let you know, without a doubt, if this did go through, if they cut those side roads, those narrow side roads of ours, it will devastate the whole neighborhood. There's no doubt in my mind. It's safe. You can walk your dog. You don't even have to look across the street before you cross because there is no traffic. 9 times out of 10, there's nothing coming your way. So I plead with you to just deny it, table it, get more information that's needed. For sure, that's definitely what's needed in this situation. And it's not like we're opposed to growth. We know there's lots of people that want to come to our beautiful city. Don't blame them. It's gorgeous. So, but please think hard when deciding for our futures or our children's futures. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Jack Barker?
She spoke pretty well for me.
Okay. Dean Brzezinski is opposed. Karen Brzezinski is opposed. Tom Tripp is opposed.
I'd like to speak.
Okay.
Good evening, council and mayor, Mr. Mayor. I've lived on Nez Perce Road since 1985.
Tom, please give your
And when
name.
I first moved there,
Tom, please give your name.
oh, I'm sorry, Tom Tripp.
Thank
I
you.
live on Nez Perce Road, I'm sorry, thank you. But anyway, I've lived there since 1985. It's a beautiful place to live, even though I have a couple complaints. And a couple of those are Nez Perce, if they open that road clear to Mullen, it's like a racetrack already, because you have Northshire, Queen Anne, and part of Indian Meadows goes down that road, and I've seen people go down that road 80 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour, average speed is probably 40, and I'm not getting mad at anybody. It's us kids. But anyway, you know, for that reason alone, you know, for some reason, since that's got a divider through it, everyone seems to think that there shouldn't be a speed limit there, even though it's a 25. We've called the police many times. They used to put a thing out there, you know, and count the traffic and all that, and count the speeding. And another thing I'm kind of mad about, this kind of doesn't have anything to do with this thing here that they want to build that 440 acres, but they used to cut the weeds in the divider out there and all that. Now the city hasn't done that for I don't know how many years. I don't know what happened there. And one thing about it, I know you're not going to have 440 acres and not put something on it. It's obvious going to happen. But since Coeur Lane is trying to be California #2, maybe we ought to shoot for Knott's Berry Farm or Disneyland. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was Neil.
Will Cushman?
Evening, Council and Mayors. My name is William Cushman, live in Indian Meadows. I oppose the development. Even my 11-year-old child has stated, "Daddy, it's going to make the road too unsafe for me to drive." There's potholes already on Appaloosa that can't even get filled. What's going to happen if we add even more cars? Is it going to take 6 more years before those potholes get filled? I mean, I think it's detrimental to our infrastructure, what they're trying to do. At least it should be R1. It shouldn't be mass development. Thank you.
Jeff and Jody Hem are opposed. Art Solomon is opposed. John and Marilise Shines are opposed. Brought Hanoi. You know, some of you guys, you got to give me a break here in terms of your printing. Did you wish to speak?
Yes.
Okay, then you're going to stay after class and practice your printing.
That was 5 hours ago. I think I was one of the first ones here, and
That's a good
pages must have
sign.
gotten
Actually,
shuffled
you're at
around.
the yeah. You were
Yeah. It's hard to go last. My name's Brett Haney, and I live in Big Sky, not Indian Meadows, and really appreciate taking the time to hear the public input regarding the Coeur development. In my opinion, it would create an undue concentration of population, overcrowding of land, and potentially unsafe neighborhoods. I think you've heard that loud and clear. Like I say, I've been editing this for 5 hours. The developers are being given too much leeway over what, when, and where they're going to build. Yes, a year or two ago, and I know that they quoted a study from 2 years ago, that we did have a housing shortage in Kootenai County, and I suppose an argument could be made that we do currently. There's an article in the Coeur d'Alene Press today. You guys probably saw that, but inventory is up 4 times what it was a year ago. And I drive around a lot, I'm sure you guys do too. Dozens of huge projects are going on right now in Kootenai County. And when those are up online and ready for occupation, it's really going to throw the balance, off of supply and demand. So there's now a risk of having too much inventory, even currently what's being built. So that's going to result in a slide in our home values, all of us, negatively affecting the entire local economy. Housing prices are so important to the local economy. So a detailed analysis of current demand for housing versus the future supply needs to be completed. And additionally, Coeur, you know, it will include hundreds of multifamily units. You've seen that. That's only going to benefit investors and not provide families what they really want, which is the opportunity to own their own homes. So I respectfully request that the City Council take more time to understand the ramifications of this massive project and gather additional information, and urge you to table it. Send it back to the Planning Department for more restrictions and modifications to the planning agreement. A major concern is that the Kootenai County Land Company would, even in the future, be able to get even higher density zoning based on concessions that they might give. So that's a concern. And it's clear this development doesn't fit our community and wouldn't be supported by a majority of citizens. So keep in mind the thousands of residents, taxpayers, voters who have to pay the price for the adverse changes to their lifestyle. I'm a fifth-generation Idahoan, and I know people come here for beauty, space, safety, lack of major traffic problems. This project will jeopardize every one of those good things about our community. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Leland Irwin is opposed. Betsy Bullard. Hi, Betsy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for hearing our concerns. I just basically wanted to talk about quality of life. And I think that's what a lot of these people are talking about. One of the most unique places in Coeur d'Alene is our neighborhood, Indian Meadows. I live on Moccasin Road, and we moved there in 1993. So we've been there a while, and we chose a home in this neighborhood because it was private, yet had really nice access to downtown. We found the community to be warm and welcoming and unique to Coeur d'Alene, with its larger lots, family gatherings, streets often filled with families walking their pets, riding their horses, or taking their families to feed the goats down the street. I understand the community's need to provide housing, but retaining neighborhoods and the quality of those neighborhoods is what makes a community, Coeur d'Alene, great. Any community, great. If you have your compilation of great communities, then you have a great city. I urge you to do not pass this, or at least defer it. Each neighborhood is unique, and this neighborhood needs to create their own uniqueness. I appreciate the concerns of the high-level density at R8 and above, and am very concerned about that in juxtaposition to our neighborhood of R1s. We would become an access neighborhood to this new community. We would lose our community identity. So I hope that you take that into consideration as you're making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Dyke.
Mayor and council members, thank you for your time and just your patience here tonight. My name is Nate Dyke, and I live at 4010 West Appaloosa Road. Some of these topics have been talked about already, but I think there might be a few nuggets here, so I'll get to it. So after reviewing the related documents in the annexation agreement, it's clear that Coeur is being overdeveloped and uses our neighborhood streets to alleviate its traffic problems. The 2027 comprehensive plan specified the property as a low-density residential development and called for 4 to 5 units per acre. The transition designation referred to an area of future expansion. It is not a blank check for development. Coeur Master Plan has been in the public view for only a few years, yet it's been influential to CDA's new 2042 comprehensive plan to the applicant's benefit. The annexation request was submitted only a few months after the comp plan's implementation. Coeur has not been a slow and methodical planning process, but a rush to purchase the property and install a new plan which aligns with the applicant's vision. This could not have happened faster. As a result, the entire project must be subject to impact studies, as my neighbors have mentioned, to address our concerns, and we ask that the City Council act on our behalf. The schools, multifamily housing projects, and commercial projects will be outside the PUD process. What are the traffic impacts from these high-intensity projects? A macro-level understanding of these impacts is not adequate for a development this size. As a professional in the architecture industry, I'm not opposed to development, but we can't kick the can and defer these issues later when it's much more difficult to resolve. If these concerns aren't addressed now, they certainly won't be addressed later, after significant issues have been made. Another concern is that the annexation agreement references the master plan, but also contains vague wording, which allows the applicant to make discretionary changes due to market forces. This creates a classic have your cake and eat it too situation. Without specific protections, we expect the density to be increased even further in order to increase profit margins. Ultimately, our residents have bound together because we have been listened to, but not heard. Regardless of your decision tonight, understand that we are organized and will continue to advocate for our neighborhood. Indian Meadows is one of a kind heritage neighborhood, and it's worth protecting its rural character. On the other hand, Coeur is a massive urban development which will impact our city for generations. Let's slow down and take the time to get it right. Please table or deny this annexation until it can be revised to address our overdevelopment and traffic concerns. Thank you so much, Council and Mayor.
Thank you. Carol Ratcliffe is opposed. Vivian Conway is opposed. Jerry King is opposed. Tamara Conway King is opposed. Ted Smith wishes to speak.
Long day, guys. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for this opportunity. My name's Ted Smith. I'm a resident of Indian Meadows. My wife and I share a multi-generational home with my daughter, son-in-law, and 2 grandkids at the corner of Buckskin and Nez Perce. I'm not going to belabor you with my concerns about the inadequacy of travel planning and street design to handle or to inform your decision. That's already been done. There is an argument existing that residential streets were always meant to connect to that area that's proposed for development. That's probably true. But at the time that those connections were left, when Indian Meadows was developed, future adjacent development was probably expected to be low or medium density, not high density like we're facing. The traffic expectation difference is exponential. My second concern is the lack of stakeholder feedback in the planning effort. We were invited to an open house where a lot of shiny displays touted the virtues of Coeur and their planning effort. It was really well put on. They collected some comments, but there was never an opportunity to address the concern that arose after you'd been there. There was never a follow-up. You know, they said, this is what it is. Go home and think about it. Went home and think about it, and I never saw another opportunity to comment back. And in the time and talking with neighbors, a lot of concerns evolved. Of course, that one-off sort of a meeting checks the box, public involvement. But I really think they needed a more robust public involvement. The developer's stance that Coeur will be developed slowly and carefully over time seems a little like lily gilding to me. There's nothing in the city developer agreement to control speed of development. This leaves the city vulnerable to escalating infrastructure and services costs. And I think that's something that really needs to be considered. This is a huge project, and I believe there are dozens of unanticipated and unanswered issues the city needs to address. The developer will tell you whatever they think you want to hear, but unless your agreement with them is robust enough to hold them to their word, you can expect lots of issues and hidden costs coming up. I would strongly urge that the council table the issue until a more robust public process can occur. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Gavin Jacobson is in support, and that ends the public testimony. Brad?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
1 minute. I have a couple of questions for staff regarding things that were brought up during testimony.
Well, but he needs the opportunity to come back.
We're just all out of order here, aren't we?
First.
We out of order?
Well, but we haven't even asked him questions for his initial presentation. We're
Right.
completely out of order here. I have questions on his presentation. He's going to do a rebuttal, and we're going to ask him questions?
I think you can do it either way. I mean, as long as you bring him back up, you can't close public testimony until the rebuttal is closed or is done.
I thought, Mr. Mayor, I thought we were going to bring him back up so we could ask questions.
We need to allow Brad to provide his rebuttal and the opportunity to ask him questions. So, Brad, you want to take the podium, or whoever's going to do this?
Ask Connie and Gabe to join me too, because I want to have the right people at the podium. Can you clarify, are we at Q&A right now, or are we at closing?
I'm sorry?
Are we at just questions and answers? Are we at?
We're going to do both, and you can do it in whichever order you'd like.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, we'll stand for questions.
Okay?
Very good.
Yeah, so.
And Mr. Mayor, when he does a final presentation, is there a time set for the rebuttal?
I was thinking we don't want more than an hour. Yeah, I'm sure that
It's up
Brad
to
can
the
do
chair,
that
up to the chair.
in short and sweet.
Great.
Questions for Brad from the council. We'll start with Councilor Gookin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brad, according to the development agreement, I had other questions too. This is so out of order. You mentioned 900 new jobs. What kind of jobs are they?
A mix of professional service and professional service jobs. So we've got a pretty significant commercial area along Hutter Road. It's kind of that mixed-use area, first floor commercial retail, second floor residential, similar to kind of a Riverstone look.
Okay.
So we see that as a professional service area, in addition to 100 jobs within the two schools.
Okay, good, thank you. According to the development agreement that I'm looking at here, the item, let's let's do it in order, 4.7, school sites. So apparently, you're giving the school district 10 acres and then giving them an opportunity to buy 30 acres.
So, remind us, so the school district needs a middle school site today, regardless of this development. So we are actually selling the middle school site to the school district at a reduced market value. And that's likely the first project that will occur in this development. Clarify if I'm wrong, the elementary school site is needed due to this development and surrounding development. That's on the south end of the project, and that'll come in over time. So that site is designated to the school district and will be dedicated to the district.
Okay. Item 5.2, increase in zoning density. If within 2 years, the recordation of the annexation ordinance in this agreement, the owners or your successors change which to increase in density, you'll pay an existing annexation fee. Is it your notion to increase density after this annexation?
No.
Also, on
Yeah.
the use limitations, item 6.2, and Christie brought this up earlier as well, so the city wants you to prohibit certain activities. What's your opinion on that?
It's a good question. The staff proposed that. They kind of looked at the location of the project, adjacent neighborhoods, the interstate, and we agreed to the terms of those conditions.
Would you prefer not to have that in there?
We actually think it works within the development, and we stand behind those terms.
The last item on this thing is the affordability covenants with use, refinance, resale restrictions. In other words, this is the 5% of residential units for affordable professional workforce housing. Is there anything in this agreement that prevents you from kicking that down the road? I mean, you could build your whatever you want to first. It's going to make you money to build the rest of it. When does the 5% kick in?
Immediately.
Immediately. So the first development, you know, you got 100 homes, 5 of them are going to be considered workforce.
And there's another term in the annexation agreement that speaks of reporting of that, reporting the past year and the future year.
Also, this map was shared with us by one of the people who live in Indian Meadows. And it shows the development, which is right here. And then on the other side of Hutter, it shows an equally massive piece of pink that I guess you guys own. Is it your intention to continue development on the other side of Hutter at some point in the future?
The Cooney County Land Company does own that property. It's on the west side of Hutter Road. That property would be potentially annexed and zoned to the city of Post Falls. It's in their area city impact. It has some pretty significant infrastructure hurdles, so that'll take some time to work through. Also, a significant part of that is just market consideration. There's just so much demand for units. So I think it'll be a while before we proceed with that annexation.
Would you consider in the future approaching the city of Coeur d'Alene for annexing that chunk?
Likely not. It's the area city impact is on Hutter Road. The fire district boundary, the school district boundary is on Hutter Road.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Our questions aren't meant to come across as hostile.
Oh, no worries.
But we
I've been doing this a long time.
Well, you can certainly understand there's concern, and so we need to ask the questions and try to work our way through this. I had a question about your conversations with the school district. You've identified a couple of locations for schools, or perhaps the school district did, and I want to know, are those set in stone? I was on the school board for 8 years, and I was encouraged that we would share resources, and I don't understand the middle school really far north, the elementary really south, when you could bring them close together and they could share resources. You can't do that with elementary and a high school because of the maturity and the ages.
Sure.
But you could in this regard. I don't understand those locations. And then, of course, the police department, when we talk about police and fire, were they really truly engaged in these conversations? Well, maybe peripherally, but not really what you need to hear, what we all need to hear, what the council needs to hear, which is the impact to Kathleen Avenue, the fact that it's already overstressed, and that school location is going to make it so much worse. So if it's predictable, it's preventable, right? And so my question, I guess, long-winded question is, how set in stone are those locations for the schools?
That's a good question. I'm going to turn that over to Gabe because he took a lead on that particular element of the project.
That's a good question. We did engage the school district early on. We originally had an elementary site on the north and a middle school site on the south, and we really gave them a blank slate and said, hey, what works for the school district? Where do you want these? And they said, we would prefer the middle school site on the north side next to Hanley Avenue, and we'd prefer this elementary site on the southern portion of the site, not at the boundary, but kind of in the middle of that community. So we let them select those. At this point, we've requested zoning specifically for those school sites where they are. That doesn't mean they can't move. We would absolutely entertain them being relocated or moved as we go into PUD and subdivision applications, if it was in the best interest of the school district. And really, the MOU doesn't lock those locations in. It just locks in that we're willing to work with the school district to provide these school sites.
I appreciate your answer, but in the best interest of the school district really has to include the best interest of the entire community. So I think there needs to be many more discussions with the school district on those locations. The other questions I have is you've heard a lot of testimony tonight about, and I'm not sure if you're the appropriate one of you, about the concerns about connecting into an established neighborhood, the impact it's going to have on an established neighborhood. I mean, you couldn't sit and listen to that and not think to yourselves, we probably need to go back and work harder with this neighborhood and maybe adapt our plans that doesn't impact them so negatively. Prior to tonight, you've heard some of the testimony or some at former council meetings. Have you had those discussions? And if so, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had those discussions internally. Obviously, the master plan, it's the master plan we submitted with our application last May. We've had lots of communication and discussions with people. We've had members of the community into the office. We've engaged in email and phone conversations with members of the community since that time. We have. I asked Nate, he's reached out and we've definitely communicated, and he coordinated a meeting and some residents came into our office and we talked about the plan and things that we could do in the future. And really those details come out once we have a zoning code that we can work with and work on those details in the actual plan that we submit for subdivision or PUD approval that has to be coordinated with city staff, has to go through at a minimum planning commission and city council if there's changes to the development agreement. So we definitely intend on talking to the community more when we're going through that planning process and working to find a solution that works for everybody. I mean, that's our goal in this. We're not trying to connect to every street and say, hey, this is the way it is. We know the city has connectivity requirements. We know emergency services have connectivity requirements, and we know there's traffic impacts, and we want to work with all those things on our PUD and subdivision plans when we get to that level. But we have to be in the city and have a zone to work towards. If we're in the county in an ag subzone, what are we working with? We don't know. There's too many unknowns to get to that next level of detail.
Okay, I'm going to let other councilors ask questions and then I'll come back to you.
Actually, I'm going to follow up on Christie's two thoughts. The first one is the school location.
Mm-hmm.
There is some real value in having those two schools join one another, and I'm thinking more from a city standpoint. I happen to, in my prior life, the last school that I had was an elementary school that adjoined a middle school, and the value to that was that city rec programs then had those fields because the two schools were positioned at each end of the common property, and so all those fields then created another place for soccer tournaments and other park and rec programs. So I hope that can be a consideration. I hope you're open to something like that.
Absolutely.
The other issue was the second issue regarding traffic, and I think if we told the folks in Indian Meadows and those other areas that we weren't going to put any of those roads through, I think their shoulders would drop a lot. Well, I realize the impracticality of that, but I think we as a council would feel much more comfort if we could see that this subdivision would be planned so that it was the best route to go anywhere was not toward Atlas, but over to Hutter and up to Prairie or down to Celtice rather than through another neighborhood. And I know, because I've seen it done, even in Coeur d'Alene and in other cities where you design the traffic so that drivers are motivated to go one direction as opposed to another because it's just more of a headache. So I think that would also give those people and us a lot more comfort. When we talk about growth, I'm real glad that I was allowed to come here 50 years ago and buy a home, my first home. Part of the reason I came here is because I could afford a home in Kootenai County. And because of that, I intended to stay here a couple of years and go back to Montana, and I'm still here. Why? Because it's a wonderful place to live. And we talk about the fact that most of us are not natives, and we came here, and growth allowed that. And we need to provide those same opportunity for others as well. So that's fair, but also I very much appreciate their concern about their neighborhoods and the traffic impact. So I would like to see, as we move forward, the engineering that will result in, I don't want to go that way, that's just a pain in the neck. I'm going to go out to Hutter and go north or south. And I see bobbing heads on the council as well. Other council questions? I didn't ask any questions. I just pontificated, and I apologize. Kiki, I thought you had one. No?
I have a lot of stuff written here. A couple of things. Earlier, I think Mr. Marshall said that the development is proposed to be below what the current zoning is. And I think that what you had said, either can answer on this, is that it's zoned R8, but after you put all the infrastructure in, you can really only get so many units per acre. So can you expand on that a little bit when you say you're planned? Are there legitimate physical constraints with that R8 zoning? And in addition to that, on that zoning thing, there was another statement made that that's what the modeling was done for, and that might have been a KMPO thing. Was the modeling done for 8 per acre, or this reduced amount you think is going to be per acre?
I can answer that. So to start with R8 zoning, our trail subdivision, which is just north of this project, is R8 zoning. We average about 3 to 3.5 units an acre in that project. That's, you can drive through, you can see what is it, single-family housing. The minimum lot size in R8 zoning is 5,500 square feet. If you divide that by an acre of land, you get 7.9. So that's with no roads, no open space, no parks, no other dedications or land uses within that area. So really, you can't get to 8 in the R8 zone with single family based on the minimum lot size. And then when you add the roads and other things, and you take a 30 to 35% of the developable land away from the actual homes, right? Because you have streets, you have parks, you have open space, trails, these things take land away. So in practicality, meeting that minimum lot size, and that's if every home was on the minimum lot size, which is typically not the case. You have, a mix of lot sizes within that zoning district, so. And in this project as a whole, if you take the proposed number of units that are shown on the master plan divided by the total area for a gross density is about 5 units an acre when you spread it all out.
And what did the traffic study study?
Okay, another thing.
And then the second part of your question, the KMPO used our model as the basis of their study. And
At how many units per acre then? Just the entire thing together, which you say is averaging 5 per, and that's
yes.
what they use?
And then they put, their TAZs, their zones, they recognize the school sites and what the traffic would come from those, the higher density multifamily portion, the single family, and so they distributed it proportionate to our plan.
Okay. And so another question was on the, is there, or do you know, and this may be a legal question, is there, I know that we have joint jurisdiction agreements with other surrounding entities. Is there any requirement to put a connector street through? The way the Hutter frontage road is drawn, there were exits off of that on 2 different plans, some above a certain point and some not. But are there any requirements that we would have to follow with this being annexed to connect to another, the county or the city or the city of Post Falls.
I'm not aware of
sure.
a specific requirement.
Okay, so I have that one.
I don't know if you are.
I had a couple of other questions too, and a lot of references were made to Coeur d'Alene Place, and I was around here and actually did some marketing work on that. But I don't think these two are the same in the build-out process. Coeur d'Alene Place did take multiple decades to do, but one thing I think is different is there was nothing around it when it was being built. It was kind of, you went off into Coeur d'Alene Place, you didn't go through neighborhoods to get there. Has there been any consideration or conversation regarding construction access for this project as it's being built out? And is that something we can even deal with in a development agreement?
I guess specifically, we haven't really talked about that internally. I mean, that's really years down the road from this point in time.
I guess I'll be more specific with my thought. If I lived on one of these roads, and I'd like to also see some different routes, but even if they said, well, that's going to be 10 years down the road, these families are going to deal with dump trucks every day for the next, once ground is broken. So and nothing against dump truck drivers, and I know we want these jobs, but I'm just saying, this is, I've lived where we're building, and it becomes it's a different type of traffic than just cars. So I just didn't know if that had ever been a conversation that was brought up.
Maybe I'd speak to that. We can put that term in the development agreement and in future subdivision approvals that construction access comes off Hutter Road.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll certainly-
Hutter or Hanley, one of the arterials. And really, those are the most convenient accesses for construction for this development. We have the trail subdivision right now as, again, an example. The main construction access does come off of Hutter Road. We don't go through Hawk's Nest or the landings or these other developments to get in there. We make the most convenient access, typically is what a contractor will do in construction vehicles, and that's from the arterials that are adjacent. And, every home in this community is closer to Hutter than it is to Atlas. So just from that alone, it's probably more applicable to use Hutter as the primary access points for this development, for construction, and then for the users afterwards.
Okay. Well, that would be great if that could be somehow, if we could have some
Sure.
sort of assurances for that kind of, layer of protection there.
Yeah.
So another thing was, has there been any not construction, boy, we've been sitting a while, conversation regarding having some of these streets be, I won't call them dead end. I'm getting a sense that most of the folks that live in Indian Meadows or in these neighborhoods kind of figured there's going to be houses there. Roads don't usually go straight. This has been a 30-year project. This one's been planned for 10 years. They believed there was going to be some development there. So had there been any other plans or conversations to have some of these roads that go through existing neighborhoods be not cul-de-sacs, but say loop roads or quasi-dead-end roads so that they don't become Atlas to Hutter arterials? Has there been
We've
or is there an
definitely-
opportunity to talk about that?
Yeah, we've had those conversations internally. Again, we haven't put those to a plan yet. That would be something that we would incorporate when we get ready to put together a PUD or subdivision application with the actual project that we're asking for approval. The master plan that we've shown with this application is a representative. It's a representative that we've worked on over a long time. But again, we've had a lot of feedback and conversations since that plan was developed.
Right, and I guess that where that leads to is if you're changing that design, how does that change the zoning? And that's what's in front of us right now. And so I'm kind of going back to that R8 versus if you're only getting 3.5 units per acre, why not just zone it R3? And then you have
Because the
some more.
minimum lot size wouldn't support a 3, you'd be at less than that.
At less than 3. Okay. I've got a lot, but I'm going to be done for now. Sorry.
I'll go again.
Okay.
Unless somebody else wants to.
You're covering
All right.
Better
I've-
jump on it.
Yeah, questions for you, and then I have questions for staff. On your proposal, and the map, I don't know how hard it is to put the map up. But in that, where it goes from R1 of Indian Meadows immediately to R8 under your proposal, is there a buffer zone that you've built in, or would just right across the street from someone who's lived in Indian Meadows all their life, there's now a big neighborhood, right, immediate, or is there a buffer zone?
So what we've proposed at this point is there's an existing farm road that runs around the whole perimeter of the project, obviously to facilitate the farming activities. We're proposing to maintain that in a HOA maintained track with a public use pathway. So there will be a buffer from the backyards to the backyards with this open space and a 12-foot pathway, and that is in the development agreement.
Okay, thank you. Question for staff.
Well, let's hold off on those.
Oh, all right.
If there are no more questions at this point, let's give Brad the opportunity to do the rebuttal.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of good testimony. Similar to the Planning Commission meeting, I think in today's world where there's a lot of angst and anger, just about everything, today's testimony was polite, it was smart, it was sincere. Like the mayor mentioned in the beginning, I applaud the neighborhood for that. Particularly, I want to take 2 seconds and applaud the young man, David, who did an excellent job at the podium. Maybe he's got a future in public service. In this type of business, there's typically not a lot of people that support development. I mean, usually it's the developer, the builder standing at the podium like we are tonight. It's a rough and tumble business. But the reality is we all need a place to live. Our kids need a place to live, our grandchildren, our neighbors. Again, the teacher, the policeman, the fireman. We're growing, we're organically growing. We've got market considerations to take into effect. That's what this project is all about. We've talked a little bit about density. Gabe's done a good job that the density that's really tied to the master plan, that's tied to the traffic study and the sewer studies is well below the proposed, what's allowed under the zoning districts we've sought. But it's tied to the annexation agreement, so we're bound by that. In terms of the Indian Meadows comments, again, we understand, we've heard them. I think we're open to working with staff over time on different designs that encourage more circulation toward Hutter Road, if possibly we can. Keep in mind that the people who live in Indian Meadows or Northshire to the east, they're a fair distance to services. I mean, they're a fair distance, I'll just say Winco or Fred Meyer or anything to the east. So as commercial services and the parks and the schools come on board in this project, they're going to want to head west. They're going to want to head west to those services. So having that connectivity to the west may well be something that we want to consider. And good circulation, of course, for our fire and police protection as well. But again, we're certainly open to looking at design to mitigate those impacts. We've talked a little bit about the real estate market. Again, 30 years here, I've seen ebbs and flows, the market considerations, the big booms, and interest rates have gone up. Things have slowed. Today's article speaks of getting back to normal, I guess you could say. But if we don't continue to provide housing, will we have challenges in the future? Will there be shortages again? So you've got to have things in the pipeline, I can say. And it takes a while to get through the acquisition, the annexation, the zoning, the subdivision process. It's a long, tough process. So you got to, just no different than you're looking at your facility plans or your comprehensive plans. This is what we're doing now. We're looking for that future inventory for our kids and grandkids, our employees. We talked a little bit about the missing middle. That's a big component of this project. I mean, we have our community's changed. The affordability, particularly in the downtown areas, is extremely challenging. Yet we continue to have a need for our community. We have continued to have a need for our nurses, our teachers, anybody and everybody. This is that opportunity. This is one of the last growth areas of the city. And I continue to remind the council, and I've said it multiple times, this is in your area city impact for 30 years, prior and current comprehensive plan. The density that's proposed aligns very well with the comprehensive plan and land use designations. Again, we've worked with the agencies, we put on open houses. We probably could have done a little bit better job on the dialogue. We did the open house, we've had a planning commission hearing, we've had some people into the office. But again, we've had a good dialogue tonight, and I think the city council's had that opportunity to listen and digest that. With that in mind, we stand behind a very strong application and respectfully request approval of the annexation and the proposed zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. You have another question?
Yeah, on his rebuttal, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Brad, thank you. I would compliment you on the work that's gone into your presentation. I think you've been thoughtful in that regard. What I would say, though, after everything you've heard tonight, I was kind of hoping your rebuttal would be, Council, we're going to go back to the drawing board on some of the concerns. I didn't quite hear that. I'm not anti-growth. I understand that growth is coming and it needs to be responsible, and I think you're trying to do that. But there are issues that haven't been addressed. And so I was hoping to hear that from you, not through individual PUD processes, but right now. So this is just my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that will close the public hearing. Now, if you have questions for staff. Christy, you had some?
Yes. Troy's not here, so I'm going to have to ask some of you individually. There is an impact to the city when we make decisions like this. Not that we won't make a decision to proceed, but when we do so, we have to do that knowing what the impact will be. So I'm going to ask some of you, it's going to be off the top of your head. I've already asked one person a few days ago, so it won't be off the top of his head. Chief White, where'd you go? Did he leave? There he is. You're going to have to come up here. Could you give some information on what you foresee with that large of a development, how many police officers will we need, and school resource officers?
The way it's proposed currently, we're looking at 15 officers and 2 school resource officers, depending on whether or not the elementary schools continue with their planning of wanting 1 SRO per elementary school. So 15 normal cops, that includes not only the people you see driving around in black and whites, but also the support personnel and the detectives and things of that nature, along with supervisory staff. So 15 officers plus 1 or 2 SROs.
And is that at build-out?
It's at build-out.
Okay, thank you for that. Same question for Bill Greenwood, Parks Director.
Sorry, I was asleep over there. What was the question?
At build-out, can you, off the top of your head, predict personnel that the city is going to need to employ?
I'll probably need 4 full-time, maybe 5, because what's happening here, not only is this development, the almost 18 acres just north of that, there's another parcel at 7.5. So I see this as all one new corridor. So within that development, I may need something like we have at Atlas, where we have a shop that's there, so people could be based out of that area. So I would imagine 3 or 4, and then my seasonal budget would have to go up. On top of that, I would probably need some new equipment as well, probably, I don't know, $400,000, $500,000 in equipment, because mowers themselves cost $150, a large mower. So at this time, it's phased in. You're talking about build out. So if we get, the one small parcel that's almost the 7-acre piece, we can phase that in. There's the other 7.5 above that. I see these all tied together, but at some point we'll need a shop in there, and ultimately 4 to 5 people.
Sounds like strategic planning. Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
Fire, please, if you could estimate.
She's going to get that done,
I'm
one
going to
way or
get that
another.
done. Yes.
So we would need a 5th station, and then we would need a minimum of 9 people, or 9 firefighters. Along with that comes a fire engine, and then all the equipment that goes on top of that too, so.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, Bill?
So I thought of something, because this has come up before, and it's something that Councilman Gookin has asked me. And he asked, do the developers do enough at one point? We were working on something, and Councilman Gookin asked me, do the developers do enough? And I'll have to tell you, on this round, and some in the past, I would agree with Councilman Gookin, they haven't. This group has been really excellent to work with as far as the park space and what they were doing for infrastructure for us. We didn't get those sorts of consolations from the developers. They're willing to work with us on the layout and the stub in of sewer and the water and even the access to some wells that we're going to use to get off domestic supply. So to answer your questions from time ago, Councilman, this group is actually stepping up to the table like we would really want most developers to do. So I just want to add that about working with these folks.
Excellent. I think that's fair.
Okay.
If I could ask, sorry to keep going down the line, Mayor, I won't hog the rest of the show, but streets?
Well, it's obviously more maintenance. We haven't seen the plan for how many crosswalks, how many signs, all of that. And, we shoot for replacement of 1,000 signs a year right now. I'm just using that for example because we just went over it. We get about 500 done a year. So we're adding a lot more stop signs. There will be vandalism. The crew, we're probably looking, I said 2 for winter operation, but we don't just work in the winter. So I'd say it's 2 to 3 people, and there's going to be more equipment involved, or it's just going to take us longer to get to every piece of the town. We're dealing with potholes right now as this project goes. It's going to be many years, so that'll just be more roads for us to deal with the potholes. We get it done, but it'll just be more people and more machines.
Thank you. Engineering?
Are you offering me help?
It's got to be in some planning, and we've got to have a bigger tax base, but go ahead.
Well, I don't know that the size of the development affects us too much, other than reviewing plans as they come through and all that. That's stuff that we're kind of used to. Other subdivisions are winding down. This one could be ramping up. So maybe we need an extra staff person at some point for those types of activities, but it's not going to affect us as much as it's going to affect the other departments.
Thank you. That's fair. Municipal services?
Yeah, it's just going to depend on that commercial activity and business licensing, and short-term rentals.
Thank you. Legal, Randy?
I don't think that the development is going to affect our staffing. I hope that we aren't going to sell the houses to criminals so that our prosecutor's office has to increase,
too.
but that's always a possibility.
We've heard from water and wastewater already, but I don't want to stifle you if you'd like to approach.
Yeah, we anticipate expanding our collections crew at some point when this starts building out with 1 more apparatus, to steal a fire department term, and 2 more collections operators.
Thank you. There we go. He's going to speak.
Same thing with water. The new well will cost approximately $1.5 million to construct. That's what they've been costing us for the last few years. But one thing that hasn't been said is that there are capacity charges that are charged with each individual lot that is sold, and those charges pay strictly for water infrastructure improvement. It doesn't come out of the tax money or rate funds from the rest of the city. It actually is paid for by the development. So I just wanted to bring that forward.
That's great.
We'll probably be looking at a couple of operators down the road as this system continues to grow, so that we can respond to customer requests.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, I think the last one is Hillary, planning.
Okay. So for planning, as the community continues to grow, we will probably need to add another planner. We're still at 1984 staffing levels, so we've been very efficient over time. So this project or any other development that happens, we will probably need to add another staff person to help with reviewing building permits, and especially if it's a planned unit development, that just requires more time with the permit review and all that.
Appreciate that. And I would just tell my fellow council, I don't bring that out to stifle growth. I just think we have to have those conversations now. We will anticipate growth. Growth will happen, but the result is real on what we're going to need for city infrastructure. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, you're now at the point where,
You closed public testimony.
what?
Did you close public testimony?
I did,
My brain is gone, sorry.
where you need to take some action.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions real quick, if I could.
Go ahead.
Hillary, can you give us an explanation of how this development agreement, I feel like we're going to start picking things apart, so I because it's our first one on this scale, what, if we say we don't want this, we want this, we want this, what happens then?
So as Sean mentioned, it was kind of on one of the slides, you're going to have to do two separate motions anyway. So if you did proceed with this and you directed staff to do some further revisions, you could ask us to work with the applicant team to further negotiate the revisions based on your direction. So if you wanted us to add the construction access limitations, things like that, we could certainly work that in, and then it would come back to you.
Okay, so any changes we propose to the agreement goes away and comes back. You guys try and work it out.
Not necessarily. I mean, we've done this through the Planning Commission where new conditions were offered at the time of the hearing, and if the applicant agreed with them at the time of the hearing, they could just be put into the agreement without coming back to council. But if we do have to come back with a new development agreement, it would not have to be a public hearing. It's just a contract.
Okay, I'm good. Oh, good.
Yes.
To follow up on your comments and encouraging other routes from this development and reducing the impact on Indian Meadows, what tools do we have to encourage that?
I think a lot of it is at that subdivision and planned unit development stage. So I think Chris had talked about it, the applicant team talked about it. So we do absolutely have the tools to come up with, through the design, the road alignments, the traffic calming measures, there's a variety of things that can be done to help mitigate that, even have the roads narrowed down so that you're wanting to go on the wider roads, kind of their main spine road to go up north to Hanley. So there's a number of ways to do that, to discourage through traffic, cut through traffic, and also reducing speed limits, things like that, to encourage folks, the majority of traffic, to go on the wider collector and arterial roads.
We actually have a municipal code section that says local streets which serve primarily to provide access to abutting property only must be designed to discourage through traffic. That's in the subdivision code.
Well, here's a thought. What if we just said no east access?
No what?
No east access roads. Everything goes Hanley or Hutter. No B&Bs or Airbnbs. Can we say that?
No.
We thought we'd try. So those are easy. All access is Hanley and Hutter, and no eastern outs. No access to the east. Everything goes to Hutter and Hanley.
Dan.
I have a question for staff. So can someone explain to me again, for the 300th time, what's the difference between deny and deny with prejudice?
So denial, they have to wait a full year to come back. Deny without prejudice, they could come back immediately with the same proposal or some modification.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and throw myself out there. And my wife said I look kind of grumpy, so I'm going to smile.
It's not
Mr.
gonna
Mayor,
help.
I'd like to make a motion And let's see if this gets a second, to deny without prejudice, A422.
Yeah.
What?
I was just informed by the applicant's attorney that they would agree to the no east access.
Ooh.
So, I would like to make a motion to deny without prejudice A422, plus or minus 440 acres from county ag suburban to city R8, R17, C17L, and C17, commonly known as Coeur, location north of I-90, southwest of Hanley Avenue, east of Hutter. Applicant Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County Land Company LLC and develop, and I would like to, if I get a second, I would mention the findings and some suggestions for a return visit.
I'll second that for discussion.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion and a second for the discussion on the motion.
Mr. Mayor, so like Christie, I'm not against development, but I do believe that the current proposal is, and doesn't meet finding B11. It does negatively impact the neighborhood, which is what Woody was talking about, it's what everyone here has been talking about. I think there's some options that the land company could come back to us with, which is why I did it without prejudice, so that you guys can come back. I think zoning, putting an R1 zone next to these existing zones so it's compatible, I think the neighbors would be agreeable to that. I think Woody's suggestion of just cutting off access is also something that could come back to us. So that would be my thought, is simply that as it is, I think we need to worry about the transition between one neighborhood, which has been here for a long time and has, very low density, and the people want to keep it that way, and we represent them. And if it just faded into something that was also low density and then transitioned into something that, would be more in your mind of what you wanted, would be agreeable with them. And I know I'm just throwing that out there, because I want to see what everyone else thinks. But to me, that would be one solution, or take Woody have. But anyway, just give you guys a chance to come back to us, given what you know.
So let me ask you, so if you deny the annexation, could we let the annexation come, put it in the agreement? They still have to accomplish the same thing. We put the provisions in, what you just said, put that in the agreement rather than on the annexation. Just a thought.
My opinion is, because I have lots of notes on the annexation agreement
Sure.
as well, and I think at this point in the evening, we would be seriously making sausage. And my
bacon?
second thought was that if we accepted it, if it passed all of a sudden and we agreed to it, then I would ask staff that we come back to the annexation agreement at a later time, so we have a chance to work out all the details. Because right now, I think it's going to be kind of weird doing that, because I have a lot of notes on there, and I know you have a lot of thoughts too, and I don't even know if some of these things can go into the agreement. I mean, if we annex it at R8, I don't know if the development agreement, we can say, oh no, it has to be R1, or oh no, you can't have any access. I don't know. And they would probably want to work that out too. So I think it's something we'd have to throw back to staff to work with the developer to see what would make sense.
Kiki?
So, in discussion, I'm kind of going along with the deny without prejudice, because I want them to have a chance to come back as quickly as possible. But I also had 6 different things here that I wanted to find out if they should be part of the development agreement or part of the annexation agreement. And so, at what point, if we deny without prejudice, do we have the opportunity to provide this material to the developer, or these questions, and at what point then do we decide which piece that goes into, either the annexation agreement or the development agreement? What's the next step is where I'm at with it.
I would say that you would meet with staff or provide your comments to staff and direction to staff to approach the developer with those considerations.
As a body or individually, or how?
Say as an individually, otherwise you'd have to do it here at the meeting.
Okay.
Serial meeting? Would that be a serial meeting?
Right. Yeah, the development and annexation agreements are one agreement in this particular case.
They're one. The 2 of them are one.
We have to make motions separately to approve them, but they're one piece.
Well,
So-
You can't do one
There-
without the
well,
other.
no, there's two motions, one to annex and one to adopt the agreement. So if you deny the annexation, then there's no need to discuss the agreement at this point.
Oh,
If you deny the agreement without prejudice, that means they will have to file another application, which means we will have another public hearing on that.
This was so much fun.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, the applicant team, the lawyer for their team just said they would like to hear your conditions, and they'd likely agree with those conditions.
Conditions for what?
For that annexation agreement, development
It's
agreement.
tonight that,
I
I don't know.
If I could, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would like us to spend more time on this, and I would like our staff to work with your development team, and I would like another public hearing so that we could make sure that we addressed all the concerns. And so I don't
Public
mind,
hearing or a public setting?
well, where the public could come and they could make comment, because if we deny this and we start all over, we're doing this again. I'm okay with that, because we need to make sure that all of the concerns have been addressed. And I was going to suggest that we table it, but honestly, Dan's route's probably better, because you can get the
It's
input.
faster.
It's faster, you can get the input, and you can come back after working, I would hope you work very closely with the existing neighborhoods, and you work with our city staff, and you've heard our concerns tonight on several of the issues.
Dan?
Mix your thoughts. One, I mean, this has been a long time in coming. And I guess, coming tonight thinking, well, we're going to get one way or the other. On the other hand, and some of the comments and some of the people mentioned, it's the 7th time we've heard some of the comments, but this is also the first time that we've had this complete thing, and I think now we're almost about going into hour 6. So in terms of, wow, really getting to the best thing, some more time, makes sense. But I certainly wouldn't be for doing the thing where we're going to set it back a year. In fact, I don't know if this, if we denied without prejudice, if we can even, maybe if we can suggest, boy, we'd like to, in 60, 90 days have this thing to a next thing. But I'm willing to take more time, but not a whole lot more time, because, there's not a whole lot in the big picture to be changed. But yes, there are some refinements, and it sounds like you could really narrow down to some pretty small handful of things that would make people, not just feel better, but really be better. And so, I want to hear more, but where I'm now is, that with denying with prejudice, but with a short timeline to get that back, because it sounds like everybody wants to go forward, even folks who, kind of don't want the ultimate to happen have said they recognize, development's going to happen. And that's, I think I'm with Dan on that. And just as we're doing this in real time, I think there's some wisdom to that approach, but not let it draw out.
Hillary has reminded me that if you deny without prejudice, it starts it over again, which means back to the planning commission and all of the notices, and then back to city council. So it would be a whole new process, if that's what
Which
you
one
wish.
was that again?
Just denying it.
Denial without prejudice starts it over again.
But Randy, wouldn't you agree that it doesn't have to be a lengthy process because everyone already has the information?
It's just a matter of getting the notices out, but it would still go back to planning commission.
Yeah.
Did the maker of the motion intend to send that back to planning? Was that your intention?
That's the process.
So that's your intention by
Yes.
making that?
Well,
Realize
the-
that it has to go through
A motion
process.
a motion to deny without prejudice is different than returning it to Planning Commission. You can do that as well.
Oh, my goodness.
And then the Planning Commission has 40 days to report back.
Well, I think that would be cheaper for these guys.
Dan?
But faster if we deny
Yeah, so
without
let's,
prejudice.
I will change my motion to just return this to the Planning Commission
What?
with our
minute.
suggestions.
Wait.
What?
Just withdraw your motion.
I'm
and
withdrawing
start-
my motion.
Does the second agree?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we have to make a motion to have discussion?
I'm sorry?
Okay, let me just ask this. Your idea of the 1 acre backing, the back up to the east side on 1 acre, if they took it all the way to Sherlock, it would be 1 acre pieces all the way on like a wall. That was kind of what you were talking about. No access to the east.
No, I mean, the roads can go through. I think the neighbors said that they were okay as long as it was the same on the other side. They don't want to see,
Yeah, well, I'm
they
talking
don't want to
1
see the through
acre.
traffic.
Well, but my clarity is if we're going back to the planning commission and we had multiple items, like you said, you had many items and you had this item, where are we in the process if this goes back to planning commission? How do we get these ideas out to them based on what we've heard and what we've put together?
I think that as long as staff is aware of what our concerns are, that they can bring those to planning. And I mean, we don't have to commit to anything. All we got to say is it fails on B11. So it is incompatible with the next door, with the existing neighborhood. We want to preserve the established neighborhoods. So we can just say, developers, planners, work it out. Figure out how to make it more compatible with that means you shut off the roads, if that means there's some other transition, a buffer like Christie was talking about, something else that would be that would help preserve that existing neighborhood. And we don't have to hash it out here tonight. We can just make them do the work.
Which is great, but I still have 4 or other things, which I heard the proponents say they were willing to listen to what they were in public, which is great, and maybe they'd agree to them, and that would shorten the process up. So I'm just trying to find out the clarity on, I don't want to have a serial meeting where the public isn't involved. I have no problem stating what my concerns are in public. I just want to be clear on the process here so that I'm forwarding the right information properly. So if we are just making a motion to put it back to planning and zoning, are we all supposed to explain where we're at, Hillary and Randy?
Yes. You also have the option of deferring it, so the applicant could agree to defer it and work with staff to address these issues that you have and then come back.
So that doesn't
without having
go
to go back to
planning
planning
and
commission.
zoning?
Well, I saw a thumbs up over there, so I think that would probably be a better motion.
Yeah.
Hillary, was that defer?
Defer decision. Randy was going to check the
We gotta be
language on that
like
I
one.
think
legal
legal
here.
counsels need to
Tabling.
huddle.
Is that what Michelle?
Defer to a certain date.
Yeah.
Like the next
Randy?
council meeting?
So we're postponing?
The statute says that you can delay decision for a definite period of time,
Oh,
but that time has to be set by resolution. You have a municipal code that says that you have to make a decision within 15 days.
We have to make a decision, or they have to make a decision?
If you defer it, I believe you have to make a decision within 15 days.
They have
So
to
it
come
has-
back in 15 days?
Correct.
Yeah, it's not enough time.
Enough time? Holy cow.
So that has to be on our next council agenda, is
So the
what?
next council agenda has the short-term rental. You could have a special council meeting for this purpose.
let me ask, but if it came back, we don't have to go through the whole large public hearing process again?
No, the
do
public
we?
hearing has been closed. So if you defer it for 15 days,
It's
you
this
don't-
part of it?
it's just
or
this part.
wrestling with it, okay.
Can staff manage this within 15 days? I'm hearing that the proponent says we'll do that.
I'm sure they can.
Wonders,
Queequeg, we just direct them to do it.
To get to the finish line?
well,
Do they know what we want? I guess that would be the
Well, we're
question.
going to make sure they know.
That's the point.
Okay.
Somehow we have to be able to
That
email them or
information
tell
over to
them or
Get it done in 2 weeks.
make sure it's clear.
We're not telling them now.
I just think it's odd we aren't telling them in public, but
How soon does it have to come back?
I think
Okay, have we confused the process enough for
Yes.
everyone?
Yeah, we are out
we
of
have so
time.
many new options we didn't know existed.
So if you guys,
I
if
would
Randy,
recommend that you defer
Randy is,
until the next meeting.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Randy, what's the difference between defer and table?
Well, the word table doesn't appear in the code. It
Chair?
does not appear in the state code or municipal code.
Okay,
It's not an Idaho.
It
let's,
appears in Robert's Rules of Order, which we have not adopted.
thank God.
So it
let's-
does refer to delay a decision in the state code.
So let's raise the stress level on staff and make a motion to have a special call meeting within the next week. Does that give you guys enough time? Within the next week to defer the decision until that time? That's a motion.
No.
10 days?
Why wouldn't we go the next
Why wouldn't we
week?
just do it at our next meeting?
Next meeting.
Because it's the STR thing, and then it's going to be the same thing, a big crowd of people. I mean, how busy do you want the meeting to be?
Well, but this won't take that long because we'll have worked out the concerns and it'll just be a matter of,
Well, my motion didn't get a
Agenda
second, so I'll go ahead and state again. Mr. Mayor, I move that we defer this decision until the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion?
I still
Or
just
not.
want, I just still want clarity on, I feel like we've heard a lot of input, we have a lot of input to give to staff. I don't know if they're going to be able to say, sure, give us your input and we'll make sure everything that you want gets done in the agreements, because that might not happen. So,
You can call us tomorrow
and just
and individually tell us what you want.
Bill, you got.
email you directly, but
You can
don't
email us
copy.
directly. We will discuss this with the development team, and we will come back with a revised development, annexation and development agreement that contains the items agreed to by the development team, which may not be everything you say, but
But you
that'll be
will-
something
But when
that
you
you
come
can
back
look
with
at.
that, will you include everything that we asked for? I'm feeling like I want to make sure there's some transparency to the public.
Well,
So-
unless council votes for each of those items tonight, we're not being directed to include
I guess
everything that each individual council member wants.
I wouldn't assume that that would happen. I just want to make sure that we have some sort of cohesive list that says this is what we put out for you to negotiate, and then what you've come up with. So,
I think that can be done because I think the point was made that really the issues that we're concerned about are how this property adjoins the current property and traffic issues and how we best manage that to not prevail upon these people to have to endure traffic from another subdivision.
And the location of schools, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
and
Yes.
some issues on the 5%, and some things that the traffic studies in the future aren't guaranteed to be done in the annexation agreement, and
Yep.
The east access, allowing public safety if they needed that from the east, and, okay, well, I'll get through my notes, but
Well, it's all in the record, so
Mr. Mayor,
that's great, yes.
could I ask,
Allowed, yeah.
Brad, have you identified a spokesperson from the neighborhood that you'll be reaching out to for conversation?
Use David.
Thank you.
And another question from staff.
Take one nice one and one mean one.
Mr. Mayor, question for Randy. So the quasi-judicial nature of this, what can we do and what can't we do until the next meeting?
You can't discuss it among yourselves. You cannot discuss it with members of the public. You have accepted this as a court would accept a slate of evidence, and now you're making a decision, and you can't get more information before you make your decision.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a motion before you. Will the clerk take the roll, please?
Wood,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
McEvers,
Yes.
Gookin,
Yep.
English.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank all the people for hanging out as long as you did. They pay us $13 an hour. You guys are here to save your neighborhood. Thank you.
It was really
I don't
tempting
make-
for me to yell at some of the
13 a
folks who
day.
left early to sit down, but
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to adjourn.
we are not
Second motion
adjourned.
to adjourn.
Motion to
You don't
adjourn.
have to sit down, but we are not adjourned yet, so if you can leave quietly, that would be great.
They're happy.
What else is left?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to adjourn, please.
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn and
Can
a
we,
second.
before we adjourn, can we just make a clarifying statement to the audience that here of what exactly the next steps are going to be and what happened, so that they don't leave somewhat confused? I just see some people kind of doing
Can't do
this. Well, I'm going to stay after and tell you then.
Okay,
No, go ahead.
okay.
I think legal needs to just explain the process, the motion, what happened and what's going to happen next. Before we adjourn, I'd really appreciate it.
Randy?
One more time, Randy, one more time.
One more time.
As I understand it, this matter has been deferred, delayed until the 21st, during which time a development agreement will be discussed with the development team and staff to address the concerns of council. And on the 21st, we will bring back a new development agreement together with a list of council's concerns and what is and is not included in the new development agreement.
And to clarify, because you said we shouldn't and we can't get more input, so, I mean, we've had our input, so in terms of, please do not send more statements now because we cannot consider them, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So on the 21st, you will have two motions. One, again, to whether to annex or not, and the second will be whether to accept to adopt or agree to the development agreement that's presented.
Thank you.
And also, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we send you email, could you make sure that the email of our requests is part of the packet so that people can read what our comments are?
Yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed with nay. Motion carries.
That was $13, that's overtime.